our midst. And so to do that is Miss Rhoda. Invite Miss Rhoda to pray with us.
Shall we please close our eyes? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you once again for having us meet. We thank you for a successful session yesterday. We commit today's session into your care. Guide us and lead us and make today's session a success. In Jesus' name have we prayed. Amen.
So now that we've invited God into our midst, I would like to introduce a few dignitaries who are with us. And the first person on my list, we have the president of PADI, that's Pan-African Design Institute, with us, Mr. Felix Yaudate. Please, can you give us a wave? And then we have the vice president of Design Ghana, in the person of Professor Patrick de Graft Yangseng. And then we have an executive member of Design Ghana, who is in the person of Mr. Joseph Ameu. Can you give us a wave, Mr. Joseph Ameu? All right, so he's at the back. All right. So yesterday we had an exciting program. Yes, and before I continue, I wanted to take this opportunity to also welcome our online guests. We appreciate your patience and the time with us. And yesterday we could not engage you that much, but today we are going to do that. Okay. All right. So yesterday we had an exciting program, and we began with a couple of talks. First from Professor Amazio, and he enlightened us on what we call social design, and we saw the power of collaboration, what design can do to promote that. And then Professor Lepshaw also took us on a journey of type mixed culture. That is the title of the talk. And from his talk, we noticed how we can take advantage of what we have as Africans and how we can leverage our culture to create designs that would inspire the rest of the world. And then after that, we had a couple of presentations from our delegates. And we had a presentation on cultural heritage, fashion design, and then textile innovation. And then we also had an exciting presentation on cultural heritage, on a design, education, pedagogy, and research. And under this, we had a couple of presentations. And so if you were not here yesterday, you've missed, but we have the video, and you can always have access to the video and enjoy the content that was given out yesterday. Today, we are excited for the big things that are yet to unfold. And we are going to have a keynote address from one of our key speakers, who is well-known globally. And we are excited to have her here, not online. She's here in person to do that. And so I would invite Prof. Ediapia to briefly introduce her, and then I would then tell you about her. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning those online. As has already been indicated, today we will try and give you more time to engage with us. Yesterday, we couldn't feature you much. We realized that there were so many hecklings from your end. But today we'll try and make sure we engage you. Ladies and gentlemen, as the MC had rightly said, we are excited to have one of the global icons joining us today as the keynote speaker, first keynote speaker for today. This morning when we came, she came, we had that engagement, and it's like a passion. It's such that we are on the same wavelength. There's something peculiar that I want to say, and when we met Prof, he says, you couldn't understand why a beautiful lady at that time decided to do sculpture. And everybody was, why do you, a beautiful lady, coming to do sculpture? Sculpture is for hard. But that was her passion, and she has lived with it. She has lived with it. She's a master craftsperson, entrepreneur, and educationist. Like I said, driven by a deep commitment to skills development and youth employment with a special focus on empowering females. Her innovative curriculum, that is precision quality, designed to enhance technical education and training to meet industry requirements, is a testament to her dedication to quality and commitment to customer service. And indeed, I must recall that when I happened to be on the same board with her, and this morning we were talking of some of this knowledge and this talent that we have, and it's like we are not making use of them. It's so sad that Ghana, we are losing out on some of these things. As visionary founder of Accents and Arts, that is A&A, a bespoke award-winning fabrication company established in 2000. She has trained numerous university students and artisans. And this one in the head of department of Irai. What is your new name? Irai, what is your new name? Where are they? The what? Department of what? Indigenous Art. Okay. That is the 21st century name now. We're discussing, have a discussion with the head of department, and most of their students happen to go there to do internship. In 2016, she founded the Design and Technology Institute, the DTI, to bridge the gap between academia and industry, and this conversation we had. DTI is a leading private dual TVET institution accredited by the CTVET and the American Welding Society, and Pearson BTEC too. In partnership with MasterCard Foundation and African Union Development Agency Skills Initiative for Africa, that is AUDASIFA, DTI offers 3 flagship programs in precision welding and fabrication, design innovation, and entrepreneurship. Over the past 6 years, DTI has emerged as a center of excellence in TVET education in Africa. And this, I can confidently put my head on that. I remember meeting one of the teachers, Martin, that day. And I said, Martin, where have you been? You are losing out. He says, no, I'm with DTI. I said, that was the first time I've heard DTI. So I happened to move deeper into DTI. So I can confidently boast that DTI is a center of excellence, especially in TVET education. She's a Stanford Seed Fellow, a Fellow of the African Leadership Initiative, that is West Africa, a Fellow of the Aspen Global Leadership Network, and serves as a board member of Accents and Arts, and the International Youth Foundation, that is IYF USA. He has exhibited her works in Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, and Europe, and won numerous local and international awards. In fact, in a conference such as this, where we are looking at academia, industry, culture, and indigenous knowledge. I don't think we could have had any more better speaker than this our August person. Ladies and gentlemen, I would hand over the mic to the MC as he introduced the guest, the keynote speaker, the first keynote speaker for this morning. Thank you very much.
So, with a round of applause, and of course, those of us on our right and left, maybe we can be upstanding. Let's welcome Dr. Constance Elizabeth Swanica. We are fortunate because I happen to watch her on the TV, but today she's here with us.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the warm reception. I'll stand on existing protocols. It's always nice to be back always nice to visit my alma mater. As Professor said, I was a university student here many, many years ago. I actually entered TEK, as we called it then, in 1993. And I graduated in 1999. And so a 4-year course ended up being 6 years, because during my time, it was quite a turbulent period for universities. But I must say that, building on that, I found myself working in industry. And as whatever crisis you come across in life, you always look at the opportunities or the silver lining. And so that began really my journey in industry. Accent and Arts, I'm proud to say, turned 25 years old in May. And so the topic that I've been given to discuss this morning is readjusting African designs in meeting the world's socioeconomic practices. For someone who's worked in industry for many, many years, I think one of the key things that as young people, or for anybody who is in practice, we sometimes really don't see the opportunities right in front of us. I saw this very glaringly because I didn't grow up in Ghana. I grew up in various parts of Africa, mostly in Southern Africa as well. And so for a Ghanaian growing up in Southern Africa, during that time, for those of you who are very much aware, Eastern and Southern Africa was very much dominated by whites. And so it was very glaring coming back as a young person to do my A-levels, to really fall in love with Africa all over again. And so I wouldn't want to speak much, but yesterday I'm sure the speakers must have really highlighted what some of the potential that we have in the design space in regards to where Africa really stands. And so I'd just like to highlight a bit of the potential that we really have, and to really explore whether indeed we are really mining what this opportunity really looks like. So the African art market is projected to reach $1.5 billion. So that's how big the potential really is. Thank you. And if we really look at where we really sit, I just want to highlight on one key achievement when we come to the global stage. And in just last year, 2024, this was really highlighted when we had a Nigerian artist, Damas Nkoko, winning the Golden Lion for Lifetime Achievement. And that, for me, really, really highlights what it really looks like if we're really looking at the African world stage in terms of where we really sit. So what does this potential really look like? I think right now where I sit, especially in industry, I think that there's a really big growing demand where collectors are really looking at African art for its rich cultural depth, and I use the word depth, and historical significance. If you look at digital reach as well, online auctions and social media platforms have really expanded African design's visibility and access. And I think that it really is such a great time to be a young person, because during my time, there was nothing like the internet. And so if you were practicing your trade, you can imagine, how limited your reach would be. There's also a lot of increased representation that more African artists and designers and curators are also featured globally, collections and biennales and galleries as well. In terms of collaborative power, international partners are really deepening, opening up economic and creative opportunities for African communities as well. But what does our global reality really look like? In terms of how bold our heritage is and cultural significance, Africa exports only 2.9% of its products. So if you look at the opportunity and what our reality is, it's quite vast. So why is there a need for us to really readjust African design? And I'm curious to know why our organizers also picked that word and highlighted on readjust. Whilst we're looking at preserving our African identity, how do we really look at where this opportunity really sits in global emerging markets? How do we recreate or create economic opportunities and to really empower local communities? And I'd like to use the word local communities as well. If you look at our history, we've always had art around us. And these were things that even our grandmothers and in our household were practicing, but we were not really aware that that was art. If you look at our textiles, our music, we've always been surrounded by art. And so how do we influence global innovation from an African perspective? I think it's a question that we need to ask ourselves. So I'll talk a little bit about some of the strategies that we can really look at in terms of readjustment. I think going through the slides a bit too fast. So I've touched a little bit about what we are surrounded with in terms of where we're coming from. I've given some examples of African architecture and crafts. I also spoke a little bit about our potential. And then strategies for readjusting my eyesight is so bad now as you age. So let me just, So in terms of education, I'm just going to share a little bit about what we do at DTI. My mother happens to be an educator, and as a young person growing up, in a family that was really math and science focused, I was the one that was very different. And so using myself in the context of why we really need to look at readjusting our curriculum, art was not anything that was celebrated if you come from families that really valued education. It was looked down upon. But that's something that I've always really has defined what I really believed in. And so I was very lucky that I was given the platform to really explore my creativity. And so I think one of the key things is the need for our educators to really look at how art is taught right from primary schools. My path has always been in the creative space from as long as I can remember. And so one of the key things that we do at DTI is to really incorporate design in all our programs. One of the key things that we also do is the introduction of Africana studies. I mean, I remember back in the day, African studies was part of our curriculum, but as we speak, I think it's completely taken out of our textbooks. If you're training a young person to really understand and to really value what African ethos really looks like, then it's something that we should bring back into our textbooks. And so in terms of understanding our philosophy and our heritage in design education, we need to go back to the basis. And that's something that I think really, in terms of policy, I'm hoping that something will change somewhere along the line. In terms of innovation and enterprise hubs, how do we create platforms that support experimentation and entrepreneurship as well? If you are in the creative industry, a lot of the times, if you look at what the potential really looks like, how many of us really have ventured into entrepreneurship? I ventured into business right after I graduated because I had that confidence and I knew that I would do well. And so in the last 25 years, something that we've continued to pursue. And I think that as we really begin to explore what entrepreneurship really looks like, how do we really focus on the creative economy and for young people to see that this opportunity really exists as well. I talked a little bit about policy and intellectual property, but how do we also protect and promote original African ideas? Sadly, if you look at how the Chinese copy, you go into shops sometimes in the US and you see our African baskets, you see the way our heritage in terms of creativity has been taken and exploited. And sometimes you even wonder whether we even are aware of what the intellectual property rights really exist around some of these things. So it's not as if we don't have design. We did, or we still do, but what we are doing to protect it is something that has to really be questioned. In terms of collaboration, how do we deepen local and global partnerships to also elevate African designs? And I think that this is something that we're seeing more and more as well. So these are some of the strategies that I have proposed for discussion as well. So this comes to the school that we established in 2016. Having worked in industry for quite a long time, I was doing and working on very high-end projects. Most of the projects that we were working on, most of the time, were the only Ghanaian subcontractors. And this was something that I found very worrying. And so I worked on projects where I was working with interior designers and interior architects, and for a lot of the big projects, most of these skilled consultants all were not African. And this is something that really disturbed me, that if we're working on projects in our own country, usually at the table, there was no representation at the local level, especially in terms of, who we are as Africans. And so in 2016, I founded the Design and Technology Institute to really look at where some of these gaps were and to really look at the gaps that exist between academia and industry. Because when I was in university, internships was not really part of the school policy, but I'm happy to see that that has evolved, and we now welcome a lot of young people on our factory floors. But we founded DTI to really define TVET and industrial skills development in Africa. And we aim to be at the forefront of empowering African youth with world-class, cutting-edge skills to bootstrap themselves out of dependency. We also have a mission of becoming the leading industrial job training and prototype center in West Africa to transform youth TVET livelihoods. And so one of the key things that we've done, and which was highlighted, was what we termed our precision quality curriculum, our ethos that drives everything that we do. Whilst in industry, I realized that a lot of the artisans that we were working with were called or termed roadside artisans. And so most of the welders that we were working with, or the carpenters, didn't understand what standards looked like. I mean, it was a concept that didn't exist. So you would find that the usual artisan the usual artisan didn't have any concepts of precision or quality. You'd buy a piece of furniture and the legs would all not be the same measurements. It would wobble. And so you find that they'll put a piece of paper or something to adjust the chair to make it stand firmly. And so this, for me, was the missing link. This was why industry didn't create opportunities for artisans or craftsmen, because if you were to compete at the global level, the currency for anything that we do in industry is really standards. A lot of the times as well, artisans didn't even have the right tools. But you see a carpenter or a mason, working on a building, and everything would be crooked. And when you ask them how they arrived at what they were doing, they'll tell you, I just stood back and I used my eye, and for me, everything was fine. But unfortunately, if you work in industry doesn't work that way. You must have and understand what precision really looks like and concepts around quality. And so, having studied our artisans for many, many, many years, having worked in industry, and working alongside international consultants and people who were working in industry, really defining what they were looking for, we realized that it's not as if our artisans didn't have the skill sets, but the mindset around precision and quality was completely missing. And so we designed a curriculum called Precision Quality, which really looks at intentionally and deliberately training artisans to understand how to work to global standards. So when we founded DTI, all the 3 programs that we run has precision quality embedded in what we do. And so I'm happy to announce that we became the first certified welding institution in Africa by the American Welding Society. Now, the American Welding Society is the gold standard for welding in the world. And so our learners typically will graduate to become globally certified welders, to take up opportunities anywhere in the world. And that's something that we really look at as some of the missing links, that if we were to compete internationally, then how do we ensure that our training standards would also be at global levels as well? And so precision quality for us is really looking at the processes and taking pride in our African workmanship, that artisans should be able to produce things and it should be placed next to any product from international stages. And when you look at it, you shouldn't look at it and say that, this is something that comes from Africa. And I think if you look at what the Asian tigers have done very well, if you look at what is happening in terms of global wars, everything is around manufacturing standards and people who are pushing cutting-edge technology as well. And so this is what we do at DTI, really pursuing what a precision quality should look like, a mindset change that leads to practical skill sets as well. So in terms of what culture and sustainability can look like, how do we ensure that our curriculum that we're using is really rooted in African values? How do we focus on local materials and the environment? And then also looking at the circular economy, recycling, and reusage of what we do in terms of sustainability as well. How do we look at sample projects to include eco-friendly furniture, upcycled products, and sustainable systems as well? So I was just talking a little bit about the curriculum that we use, that every student must take, the Africana Studies. We cannot design for Africa without first understanding what it means to be African. Now, our Africana Studies is a course that really is embedded in our interpersonal skills program that we run. It has few focal points looking at our African values. I remember growing up as a young child, our value systems and some of the sayings that we're used to hearing our grandmothers. If you look at the Gen Z generation that I call it, young people really are so detached from what it looks like to be African or what African pride really looks like. Every young person that I know wants to be an American young person. And so sometimes you even see cars or taxis proudly flying flags that are not Ghanaian. But if you go into any American home, every American household is proudly flying the American flag. And so even if we don't believe in ourselves, how then do we expect young people to really grow up to understand what it means to be African and to take pride in our African roots? And so this is something that we really must drive in terms of leadership, our philosophies, and cultural heritage as well. And so our course really challenges learners to explore what it means to be African and to inform how we design, lead, and innovate. That is not just an elective. It is a foundational course that every student must go through. It really empowers learners to embrace cultural pride, lead with authenticity, and to design with deep-rooted relevance in a global context as well. What has been our impact so far? We've trained over 600 young people. 70% are employed or self-employed within 6 months of graduating from DTI. In partnership with MasterCard Foundation, AWS, and Pearson's, our accrediting partners, learners are transforming communities with real solutions as well. We've created over 30,000 job opportunities for young people with precision quality in mind across the country. So how do we call for immediate action? We really need to collaborate on curriculum, research, and mentorship. How do we support culturally sensitive and sustainable design education? And how do we together really look at how we are elevating Africa's design globally as well? Readjusting for me is not just a word, but how do we reclaim? African designs are not obsolete, but it's constantly evolving. How do we really look at quality, innovation, and holistic training? And I feel that once we have what it means to really look at readjusting how we take our place on the global scene, Africa can really lead. But when we train with purpose, we also create with power as well. How do we inspire innovation for the future? There must be deliberate policies to encourage young people to view design as a tool for nation building. How do we integrate technology with tradition? Invest in research, documentation, and local design systems as well. And so to conclude, readjusting design will take courage, but it will be worth it. If I've been able to prove that in industry in the last 25 years, I think this is testimony enough to show that if we really are brave to take up and challenge the status quo, we shouldn't see foreigners who would come and take jobs or projects that really should be given to us as well. We must take our rightful place as a creator. And if you look at how art has evolved, every great artist or any great design really takes its roots in Africa as well. So we're only just taking what is rightfully ours as creators and not as consumers. So how do we design with purpose, design with pride, design for transformation, which is what at DTI we are pursuing. And so this for me is also to throw out to everyone that is here, that I think that this conference is really in the right direction as we really begin to explore. And so I'd like to commend what in my time was the College of Art. I don't know what the term is now. But to really encourage all of you here that the potential for African design is huge. We've only just scratched the surface of what this really looks like. And so we're open to discussions and ideas on how we can really deepen this collaboration. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think this talk is quite exciting. Yes, we design with a purpose. We design intentionally with Africa in mind. We just don't want to do design for design's sake. We just don't want to see what is out there and then we copy. So we are opening the floor for questions, and I call it discussion. So it could be a contribution, it could be a question, it could be an insight, okay? And so if you have one, kindly raise your hand, and then I'll come around with a microphone and you can speak. Okay, you want to start? Yes, I want to give this one to
Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam. First of all, I want to congratulate you for the bold initiative of venturing into a space where others are shivering to enter, and then to also congratulate you on this presentation. Indeed, we, as you rightly said, we are just scratching the surface. And if we are to readjust, it's just about reclaiming. But my thinking is the mindset of reclaiming, it's to be there. So for you being in the industry and then getting to the academia, how was it when you started picking students and training them? And how has it been so far, even with the mindset? Because you see, African art probably should start from KG, as you rightly said. We have a curriculum which is more of Eurocentric. And to the extent that even we see art as not part of education. Like you said, you are coming from a family of academia and they don't see art as it. But you've set this up for the past 16 years, and even 25 years you've even been involved in this. I want your take on the people that come and sit under your feet, that come for them to be trained. Are they just people who think that, oh, they just want something to do, or they come with a mindset ready to change the narration? Because I believe that if the mindset is not changed towards that, well, we can't sit in, we'll do our education, we'll learn, we'll go. And that has been the bane for us for all these years. So I want you to just tell us, how was it like, and how has it been now with the mindset of the people who come and sit in DTI and maybe the people that you have been working with for the past 25 years?
Thank you. So one of the key things we notice when students come to Accent Center, which is the factory floor that is a sister company to the institution DTI, for a lot of the students who come from KNUST, we find that in terms of creativity, there's quite a huge gap. And we see a lot of copying as well. So you don't see a lot of originality which goes back to how we're even teaching design. And I always tell them that, but design is everywhere around you. I like what you said about the mindset. You know, when you open your eyes and you're intentional, everything around you is designed. So I think it goes back to the foundation, how we're teaching design. You can see that the foundation is missing. And so in terms of creativity, there's quite a lot that is missing. So usually what we do is that project that we give them is to really, you know, a lot of design thinking where young people begin to stretch themselves. When you push them and they see what is possible, usually then you see that it's almost as if a Pandora's box, and they've, you know, the mindset, you see a mindset shift of what they're capable of as well. When you also look at, you know, a lot of the artists, and I'll use Art Center, for example. You see an artisan or a carver, and on the same line, everybody is doing the same thing. And so you also see that same concept in the works that students are producing. When they come to our factory floor, usually we're working on projects, and we tell them that you don't copy what you see on the factory floor. We used to see a bit of that. They see what is being produced on the factory floor, and then they're, you know, trying to copy same. And we tell them that no, plagiarism is actually a very serious thing. And so usually when we're working on projects, we have clients who have, you know, given us concepts, or we're designing a concept for a peculiar project. And that's what we are known for, very bespoke work. And so we really don't repeat designs for any client. And that's how we've been able to break into industry, because we are known to design anything that you bring us, or we're known to work on projects that really sits down with a client and really takes design or whatever concept to the next level. And so I really would encourage young people to really see that design thinking is really important to your foundational understanding, things around you, and to really think through everything that you're designing, understanding the client that you're producing for. And when you're really immersed in that, you really begin to see that, you know, the possibilities of design around us is incredible as well. So that's something that we really see missing.
Thank you. Yes, any contribution from the floor? Yes, I have. I happened to go to a shop in Asia, in Hong Kong, and in that supermarket, I picked a chocolate, and that chocolate, it was Ghana chocolate. But when I look at it, it was manufactured in Japan by a Japanese company. And they used the Ghana flag and the colors, everything of Ghana, and it's been sold as Ghana chocolate. Now, how do we deal with the issue of intellectual property, you know, as artists and as designers? You mentioned that briefly in your, how do we deal with that? Because most of the things we do, we create them ourselves, but people easily copy and they replicate, and it's all over the place. So how do we deal with it? And how do you also deal with that, considering the fact that you are into design?
I mentioned intellectual property because if as an artist you don't even value your work, how do you expect the rest of the world to value what you do? I think what I find missing is a lack of education around understanding intellectual rights and property. And so what we do, even the DTI logo is trademarked. Precision quality, as we speak, it's trademarked. And it's something that as designers, you have to understand what it means to quickly protect a design if you know the potential of what that design could possibly really bring you. And I think that because we don't know our rights, the rest of the world really takes advantage of us as well. But intellectual property right now is a really big thing. And so really understanding it, I think, at the policy level and protecting Ghana brand. Because I remember Nelson Mandela, when he passed, his shirts that he was known for is branded and trademarked. You can't use his name anyhow. Bob Marley, you know, everything that comes out of the foundation is protected. So it's something that we really must pursue and really understand, and especially for artists who sometimes, a lot of the times, are not business-minded at all. I have a lot of creative colleagues who really, oh, I'm an artist, I'm a creative, but when it comes to understanding, you know, the commercial side of their work, huge gap. And so you find that a lot of talented people actually are taken advantage of. And so if you don't understand your legal rights, you don't understand contracts you're signing, you know, you're producing things and you don't understand what this means, we end up losing quite a lot.
Yes. But can I do the follow-up quickly before I get you were talking about the fact that we don't know the value of what we are creating. But is it not because probably we are taking the design from somewhere, so we can't own it? That's for me, that is what I'm saying. Because you see, to start the process, it's already picked it from somewhere. And so to claim ownership becomes a little bit difficult. But I'm thinking that if you had from the beginning, design thinking, you are thought through and you think that is yours, you definitely own it. That's my thinking, though. I believe that we don't own them, and that is the reason why we can't claim ownership. Right.
So I think that's the question around originality, because by the time you go to the patent office, usually they'll ask you whether it's an original design. And so that's why when I talked about really coming up with original designs, it's very, very important that if you do copy somebody's work, I mentioned plagiarism, it's a serious thing. But as creatives, nothing stops you from picking up an idea and building on it. Design is everywhere around us. In fact, I really look at things around us, but I look at something and ask myself that if I tweaked it this way, that could also then really look at. So you pick up design elements to make original pieces of art as well. So that's something that I think we should be able to distinguish between the two as well.
Right. Mine is a contribution, it's not a question, adding to what you've just said. I mean, if you go to UK, for example, the government is involved. So at the port of entry, there are people, the immigration people and others, who are looking out for, copied goods. If it's a copied good and it's coming in, no. They won't allow it to come. And even if, it passes through the system and gets into the market and other things, there are people going around, scouting for it, searching for it. They seize them, and then, So we have to somehow maybe also get the government involved. And I think it's high time we somehow also let the government know how much we can contribute to the GDP and others, right? And with that, the government will be able to protect all these things. How can, what they call the Chinese, the panda, and all those things, wherever in the world, panda is what they call Chinese. Even if you are, taking the design to do something, you need to seek permission. We could do all these things. Kente, the Nikra symbols and all this. You go to other places, they just use it like that, and then Ghana government, where are you? And all these things come back to us. We have to educate the government more, or get more involved in the government industries, so that we'll be able to, work on all these things with intellectual property, copyright, and other things. So we have also got some job to do, right.
Thank you.
It's a very good contribution as well, yeah. Because if you look at even our fabrics, Vlisco, I remember there was a big, and they were trying very hard to get our government to really ban, fake fabrics into the system. And so that's something that, as you absolutely rightly said, policy because copyright issues is really a big thing on the global scene. So till we protect our works, so how do we then champion and really push government to really look at really understanding what policy would mean in terms of our creative designs as well?
Thank you very much. Now, in my area of profession, which is textiles and design, currently, if you go to any Chinese company in China, you go there, and most of the prints they do are for Africa, and all the designs there are designs, are typical traditional African designs. These designs or this print will still end up in our market anyway. So like you said, we don't have a system, that kind of help protect what we have. And that, for me, is a problem. Now, in the next few years to come, the Chinese, for us to use our designs, we would have to pay to the Chinese to use it. Because as we speak, I know of about 2 Chinese companies who have set up in Ghana. They have recruited our textile design students, and they are producing designs for them. Now, these designs they produce for them, they patent it. And I spoke to one of the students, and he told me for a month, you are supposed to produce about 30 to 40 designs. And so you can imagine having 20 people working for these people for a year, how much designs they would have produced for them. And so it's just a matter of time. In the next couple of years to come, you would see a design, and you are in Africa, but you cannot use it, simply because they have employed our students to produce this design for them, and they have patented it. So we are in a very serious situation, a very precarious situation, and I believe that some of these conferences must also inform policy to help us change the dynamics. Otherwise, we'll not have a future. Okay, so we take our last question, and then we'll move on to...
Okay, what I've also observed, once you are in the industry, you come and the client will bring a design and tells you he needs the same thing. Even if you want to change it, he will say, no, I want the same thing. How are we going to change this mindset?
So how do we change the mindset?
The way I work, when I produce a piece of work for a client, and you come and you tell me you want the same thing, I'll let you know straight away that what I produce is for, but however, I can do something else for you. And I think it's how you also educate your clients. Because I have clients and I work on a project that is specific to a design, so you cannot replicate it. And so if you really value your company and what you do, you also need to set those parameters and for your client to respect that as well. A lot of the times it's because they're not aware that, you can get something equally unique to suit your individual needs. Whatever they've seen is what I want, So that's something that we also really took advantage of, to really sit down, get to understand what the client needs are, and to really produce things that at the end of the day, sometimes it even comes out even nicer than what they had seen. So it's something that you really need to put those parameters. It's very important.
Okay.
So we take a contribution from...
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a contribution. Thank you for your keynote. So I think a lot of the issues of design, patent, and intellectual property is also coming from the several roles and functions of creative people. And also that some of the property that we claim is ours is not originally ours. So I'm going to the issue of Vlisco. Vlisco, there's a longer history to the point where, because of the world wars where our soldiers served, the batik tradition, which now has become a Ghanaian cultural production, was actually Indonesian. But the Dutch had black West African soldiers in the army. And when the West African soldiers were interested in batik cloth from Indonesia, the Dutch found it an interesting idea to replicate. That's why they produced wax print, which has become a mainstay of Ghanaian culture. Fast forward, now we are crying that the Chinese are coming to take our design. So the point is that if, Madam Constance, you mentioned that government has to be interested. If government does not find ways of saving the issue, our students will always be taken by the Chinese companies. Professor Abladi Glover was trained as a textiles design artist. He's not a painter. He's known in the world as a painter, but it was because the state failed him. When he was trained and went out to work to serve the state, there was no textile industry to take him. So if the state is not going to work hand in hand with us from academia, you know that we can, as academia, we can only do so much. We can bring out designs, we can bring out students. But if the state institutions are not there to absorb our students, and there's a ready market for people who are going to produce 20 designs for a month, this is where we can do what we do. We can do this conference, we can influence policy, but the state must be interested in taking our suggestions. And so they know that we are here. They know that we have experts in the field. Maybe the question will be, how do we push the state to come back to recognizing the material, the gems that we have? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernard, I think conversations like, or platforms like these are very important. Policy definitely would be the answer. But if you look at the creative space as well, there's a lot of disjointed efforts. And I think that once we all have recognized, the potential that we actually sit on, and I mentioned that we've only just barely scratched the surface. Once government really sees the potential of the industry, it's something that we really need to strive to really work on. I mentioned, if you look at how original our designs are, our Nkra symbols, our kente. I remember a few years ago, the African Americans, using even as bedspreads. And there was a huge outcry. But these are things that, like you said, once we're able to establish those boundaries and we value some of these original ideas, designs and patterns that we have. I was in a shop in the US where I saw northern baskets, woven in China, mass-produced all over the place. And some of our local artisans are unable to even compete at that scale. So that's why for us, understanding and training our artisans to understand standards, that for us to be able to export also globally and to produce things at scale would mean that how do we then just train them and give them the tools that they should be able to then export in large quantities as well?
Yes, so we have a question online. So we take the online question.
Okay.
Yes, so please, you may speak.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I'm Dolapo Amole from Nigeria. I teach interior design. And I just want to thank the speaker, the keynote speaker. I have a comment, a suggestion, well, maybe a question, a suggestion better, that I think I really agree with you that I think one of the issues with teaching design is challenging the students to be innovative. You mentioned that, and I just can't agree with you more. I found
So, network issues?
ourselves to teach design and to get artisans or students, design students to be quite creative. It's actually a challenge. And I think we may want at a later date want to organize something for design educators on teaching design. This has been something on my mind a long time. Students come, they always want to copy, they will always want to, and that's a starting point, and it's also a starting point for everybody. But beyond that, they need to be challenged. So I just want to emphasize this and say thank you for this interesting lecture. And also the issue of intellectual property for designers is also another big issue that I think needs to be addressed, and we need to be able to teach as part of design business, which is something in my country has always been lacking in our design education, design business, because that's what eventually the students will be engaged with when they finish, and it's important for them to know how to protect their design, and that way we protect our African heritage even more. And finally, thank you on what she talked about was also so important, getting to have international standards. Even in design education, I think in all aspects of design education, meeting international standards, we cannot underemphasize it. That's the only way we can be competitive. So it's just that I'm so excited to be part of this, and I'm glad that she's just spoken the mind, what has been agitating me also for quite a while. So thank you. And also, these were just suggestions for future topics for conferences that we may want to engage ourselves with. Thank you, organizers. And thank you, Felix.
Hello? Okay.
Yes, okay. It now works.
It'd be nice to hear from the students as well.
Yes, so you are the new Africa. Okay. So we want to hear from you. Question, a contribution, okay.
Okay. Okay, so it's more of a contribution. So it's about tutors and their role in guiding students' output. So if you visit sources for inspiration online, like Pinterest, Behance, and the others, you'll find very similar works. Some are almost the same. And I think it stems from the fear to be different. And I think our tutors have a role to play here, because I was working on a branding project recently, and I chose colors that I thought represented my brand's core values well. But my tutor criticized me in a way that made me feel like it's like he had something in mind as to how he wants the work to look like, or how best it could be represented. And if I didn't, let me say, switch to that idea, the work would probably not be good enough. Personally, I am sticking with my decision with the brand colors I chose. But I know a lot of people would probably change their ideas, just to get their marks, because after all, we are working for the degree. This is how I see it from my humble perspective, and I think something should be done about that.
Yes, so Prof. Apia, you have something to say about that, because the heat has now been turned on us. We are leading the training, and if we go into the training with our own thinking and perspective, yes.
It's fun. Thank you very much. I think I have a question for you. You decided to stick to your original ideas, and I want to know what you told the lecturer or your teacher. What was your reason for sticking to your original ideas? So, yeah, just tell us.
I did a bit of research into color theory and how best I could represent my brand's core values. And so I chose my colors based on that research that I did. And then when the lecturer came to review the work, he gave his remarks. And then I wasn't given the opportunity to explain. Yes. Okay. I wasn't given the opportunity to defend the reason why I chose those colors.
All right. So I think the point is that just as the presentation went, all what we want you to understand is that creativity is all what this thing is about. And to be creative is to know what you are doing and understand what you are doing. And so, yes, sometimes you study for marks, you study for grades and all of that. But then the important thing is that you must understand what you are doing. And some of the things that you are talking about are what leads to students copying and all of that. Because, yes, to get the marks, you have to get something that the teacher expects or your lecturer expects. And this is what we want to conscientize your minds on. We want to tell you that you have more to express than to steal, if I should give it that way. There's so much in you which you can do on your own than to take it from somewhere. I don't really know. That's why I really wanted to know what you told the lecturer and what the lecturer said, what the lecturer's response was. Because elsewhere, if you force somebody to do what you want and he or she reports you, you have a case. There have been an instance where as a visiting teacher somewhere, I saw a child struggling. She was struggling to do something. So I went and was like, do you have a problem? And she said, yes, I can't do it. So I took I can't do it to mean she needed help, my help. So, okay, so what is it about? Then she directed us, said, okay, you can do it this way, that way. And so, in a way, I was trying to direct this child. It's not Ghana, it's not in this country. I'm trying to just, so then I was there, I was called by another teacher. When I went, the child was crying. Why was she crying? And the answer was that I have asked her to do something she didn't want to do. So I think this is the kind of orientation we are supposed to give you. It's unfortunate if a teacher was willfully imposing his wishes or his desires on you, but that is not the way to go. As much as possible, we want you to know that there's so much in you can do. Now, take this issue of us giving out our arts and our other things to other people. Sometimes we give them away ourselves. I once wanted to publish in one of these so-called high-ranking journals. They have that in academia. So I sent the paper, and there was, one of the illustrations was Adinkra symbols. And then the publishers or the editors were like, what is the source of this symbol? And I wrote back to tell them that this is, it's in public domain, it could be used. Then whoever the editor was, referred me to a material, an European material, which had that symbol. So this is published, and so I'm supposed to cite it. So I wrote back to tell him that I have more rights on that symbol than the author of that material. This is it. And so we are suffering from a lot of appropriation when it comes to our culture and our arts and our artifacts. And this is what you people must know. I'm happy Madame mentioned that it has to start from the scratch. And I think right from the beginning, teachers among us should find ways of making the children understand this so that we can protect our arts and also appreciate and then use them ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to add something to what everyone is saying. In the first place, design is storytelling. Whatever you're designing, you are telling a story. So you don't allow the lecturer or whoever it is to interfere with your storytelling. Right? You can defend. The lecturer will bring their ideas. It's a discussion, interaction. but you are supposed to be able to defend your storytelling. He will guide you with the principles and everything. Have you looked at that? Have you looked at the golden ratio and all those things? So if you go online and copy those designs, it's like you are copying somebody's story or telling somebody's story that you even don't know the story. And that's a problem we are having in Africa. We'll be copying so many people's story, trying to use it to solve our problems, and it's not working. So I want you to know that design is a storytelling process. You are telling your own story. Secondly, on the copyright and other thing, I think it's high time we have something like a design, what do you call it, design council for Ghana. And actually, a design council for Africa. Paddy, we are beginning to work on that. Design council for Africa. Very soon, we are going to sit down and then come up with design policies, which we are going to present to AU and start working it from there. I guess it's high time Ghana, Design Ghana, we come together. Maybe through that, or a branch of it becomes Design Council Ghana. We also start working on design policies here, and then present it to the government. I think from this conference, everybody, the edge is there. We need to start doing something now. Otherwise, we never get anywhere.
So we need to start doing something now. Otherwise, we are going nowhere. And so Dr. Akojasin would like to speak. But before then, there is a student perspective. Then we get to you. So please.
Okay, please. Growing up, we were taught technology was going to make work more easier. And then we grew up to this point, and fortunately, we've met AI. So we are with AI. But then whenever we try to use AI for our design inspirations, I think we have problems with our lecturers.
You have pushback from your lecturers.
Yeah, we are pushed back from our lecturers. So I want to ask Madam if she will really recommend us to use AI for our design inspirations.
Madam, over to you, Madam Constance.
I think the thing about technology, and in this era that we're in, AI can never replicate creativity. AI can never replicate that. It's rather just an enabler. And so this is where, the usage of AI is for you as a creative to come up with your own original content, because technology cannot think like you. But once you're able to come up with your own concepts and original designs, you're just using a bit of AI to just amplify your design. And that's one of the key things that, as a creative, technology will really never take that skill from us. It's a skill set that no amount of technology can ever take. And this is where you find that every talented person has their own unique design ethos. So that's something that I think as young people, if you're being lazy, you can just, but then we'll see that cutting across and you see the copying. You can see an original work, and then you can see one that has just been generated by AI. So that's something that we want to push you to think.
So AI is just a tool. It's just a tool. Okay? AI doesn't have the... So please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I was going to play devil's advocate for the student and then devil's advocate for the tutor, and then AI came in. And then, so yes, we are in a creative field. We also are in a cultural field, and we share space. And so sometimes what you think you are thinking about here, our brothers and sisters in China are also probably thinking the same thing. So it is possible that in the same moment, two people are thinking about the same thing, and they may end up generating a similar image. That's one. So as a student, your tutors, no matter what, give them the benefit of the doubt that They have been on the field for quite some time, and they probably know prevailing trends. It's not that they are coming to overwrite your creativity, but they probably have some hunches that may help you enrich your design. So it's probably those type of things that they are putting roadblocks in your place so that you can easily jump over them. And so when there's such a conversation going on, that's why people were asking, how did you defend your idea? What are your core tenets? What is your ident? What are you fighting for? When that is clear, I'm sure, yes, the compromises will be there and something great will come out. And that is why we cannot totally depend on AI. It's once again a conversation. Like AI will only give you results of things that exist, but not what you are yet to come out with. And so, I mean, for brainstorming, AI, fine. But final production, yeah, we will know, as Madam Constance has said, eyes that are old enough, should we use the, maybe to work with African things. They say, Onupane dale ife ukonfo. I'll say it, that is Gan. An elder probably has eyes more than the traditional priest. The traditional priest, it is their office to see things. The elder has the benefit of the ancestors and also what the priest can see. So, but the student also, if you know what you are working towards, you will hold your ground, go back and come with solid research, not ChatGPT results. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So our online guests, if you are with us, you can still contribute. We still have some time to do that. So we take a question from...
All right, thank you so much. This discussion is very, very fruitful. One thing I want to point out here as art educators, art and design educators, is that we necessarily have to find a model, okay? A design process model, a standard one for our students. I've come to notice that design process in universities in Ghana differ from one place to the other. What I notice is that these days, the number of students enrolled, the number we are having is so great that lecturers are not having the patience to look at the work of students, especially preliminary sketches and the idea development that is needed for this creative cognitive. The cognition, to go in design cognition, to come out with an outstanding design is missing. The fact is that, look, when you have a design brief, number one, you have to go into a research to understand pretty well what exactly you have to do. And moving forward, you have to engage your cognition, design cognition, where you have to actually do what you call mind mapping, okay, on the design, do brainstorming and all kinds of things to come out with ideas. That is when you hold a pencil or whatever approach you want to use, you will be creative enough. You have to do multiples of design from which you select that which you want to produce finally. But this process is missing in our education because of the numbers we have to cater for. As a matter of fact, I've come to notice that the design models that are existing are so outmoded, archaic, that we cannot depend on them these days. In this day of technology gratification, ladies and gentlemen, AI is good, but overly dependence on AI is drawing us equally backward. That's something that can be created. You know, I was collecting data some time ago on a design process like this, and one student told me that if he is asked to produce a logo, and for instance, with his initial, IS, all he will have to do is to go to the computer internet and enter this IS, asking the computer to mobilize designs on IS, and he will have a number of them to pick from. That is where creativity is lacking these days. That the student cannot sit down to incubate ideas to come out with something that is very creative, that is innovative enough to receive what do we call it? Appreciation. The point I want to make here now is that as design and art educators, we owe it a duty to come out with the right process for our students, and we have to make sure that we give them the freedom to explore enough and explain themselves. Like the student was saying, he was not even given the chance to go so much because the idea is that, so my point is, I don't want to talk too much. We as lecturers, we as art educators, we are part of the problem.
Okay.
Yes, we as art educators must also be blamed. So this particular platform is good. We will work on that. Perhaps in our next conference, ideas will come in this direction to better our performance with the teaching in the classroom and learning. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So I believe the first solution to solving a problem is identifying the problem. Fortunately, you have identified the problem. And so once you identify the problem, it means that there's a solution. And so in our next conference, we expect that you come and give us a model for teaching design in Africa. So, the students have a, okay. So we take two more. So I go, hey, ladies first.
Okay, this was the time. Okay, my question is, one lecturer of ours said designing is for the client and not the designer themselves. And our mom said something about inculcating our culture and African identity into our designs. So in a world where we design to impress the clients or to meet the client's needs and wants, how do we inculcate that in our design work and then to meet the client's needs as well?
So will you want to take that, or we add some more questions?
I can answer that, so
All right.
I don't forget what she said.
Okay.
When we're working on client orders, you are the professional. A lot of the times, the client is looking up to you to guide them. And so a good designer would create an opportunity or a platform where the client also has to think about their own projects. So that's why the ideation stage is very important, that you're involving the client. A lot of the times, they're not creatives. That's why they've come to us. And so if you allow a client to take you into any direction, it doesn't make you a good creative or a designer. It's up to you to challenge the client, to tease out things, and then suggest things to them. You find that when you suggest things to them and tease things out to them, you get the most of the process. As a creative, I would be absolutely bored if I wasn't challenged. You know, the more challenged you are as a creative, the more creative you are. So challenge them, tease things out of them, educate them, expose things to them. And usually they find that once they trust you, they usually will take the cue from you as well.
Yes, so gentlemen, go ahead.
So what I want to talk about is about pricing of design works. There is a market for we designers because what you offer is services. And sometimes we create works and clients come and we price the works and they try to look down on our works and they just shun our works. So I want to ask if there is a standardized pricing for our works, and if there is, how have we publicized the work for clients to know so that when they come, they already know how the range that they are going to pay for their works. Yeah, so I want to ask if there isn't, I think that the design society should try and help us popularize these things so that clients?
It's a very good question. I mentioned earlier that a lot of creatives are not business-minded at all. I'm a hardcore business person, I tell you that. So if you don't really calculate your man hours, I mean, how do you even price creativity, right? It's a process. And so you should be able to look at a certain percentage of what, you'd calculate as what the creative process costs you. And then you would also then calculate materials, the production process, and then holistically what final price you would arrive at. If you don't price yourself properly, you can either price yourself out of range or also underprice yourself. So that's something that is very important. Understand market dynamics, understand your competitors, but more importantly, we are known to do very bespoke work. And so we're not cheap. The designers who value our work, the architects, interior designers, and the clients that we work with, know that when they come to us, you're paying for that. And so that's something that right from the beginning, you have to position yourself for the market. But definitely that's a very good question that a lot of the times you don't even know how much you're charging for the design process as well. It's very important.
Thank you. So, in fact, we have so much. I think your talk has been very interesting. And so we have so much hands, but we cannot take all of them because of our time. And so we take one from Madam Akusia, and then we may have to break for snack. When we come back, we have a second talk, and then the discussion will continue. Thank you very much. So, please.
Okay, so I just want to add briefly to your question. Yes, that as a designer, your friend talked about identity. So it is you and the consumer's identity in the product. So you don't lose yourself when you are responding to the needs of your customer. At the end of the day, when you are done with the product, which you see you, a part of you in the product, you can say, oh, this is Ahmed's work, even though you did it for Akusia. So your brand identity is something nobody can take away from you. So it's not always about satisfying the client. It's also about your identity. So it works both ways. Thank you.
Yes, so we have an online guest who have a different opinion to almost everything we've been talking about. And for a conference like this, it's good to get a diverse perspectives. Okay, so we'd want to take that online question, and then possibly we may wrap up. So our online guests, we are listening to you.
Hello? Hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm online and I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for the conference and the opportunity. It's good to join you. I've seen some faces. Some of them I've seen them from UK, the Demon Fort last year, like Dr. Alita and Mugenti. I think I've met them online on some other particular events. My contribution is simply to say, when we look at a product and the identity in the end user, my view is when we design products, we design them to be consumed by a certain client, or we design them with the ultimate goal of satisfying a certain need in the market. So be it a fashion product, be it an item, be it a service. So it's very important for us to take that into account when we're designing products. You as a designer, you might have your idea, but if you follow the design thinking process, you can do the double diamond design process, you can do the iterations. The end result is to pass the customer's expectations. So I think the first thing that is of much more importance is satisfying the clients. So if the client is satisfied, or maybe it's the users at the end, you can then bring in some other innovations or some other variations to say, I've got A, B, C, D, E. But the ultimate result is designers. Somebody said the scholars, they are not, as scholars, we're not doing more, we're not doing much. Yes, technology has come, but it's our duty and our responsibility as design educators to identify the gaps and do continuously improve ourselves. AI is it's now there, and it's the domain. I would like to share this with you. I'm at a university at the moment in India. I was introduced to an AI platform. They are saying, ChatGPT, what's that? No, let's show you this one, which we are using. So what are we doing in Africa? What are we doing in Ghana, in Uganda, in Zimbabwe, in South Africa? What are we doing with regards to the development of AI, the development of these technologies? If we sit down and allow somebody to develop these technologies for us, we are missing out. We need to participate as design educators also in the development of these technologies. Then you would see we will change the way we approach. The narratives will change the moment we also have our input in all these technologies. I think the conference is coming at a very opportune time. I agree with some of the statements, I disagree with some of the statements, but at the end of the day, what is the ultimate goal of a design? That's my question. What is the ultimate goal of any design product? And who is going to consume it? Is it going to be you, or is going to be somebody else? What is it that they expect? I always refer back to the functionality, aesthetics, and the expressiveness. If you tick the boxes at the right places, you would find that we're going to be successful in terms of our design. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, so our online guest is not around. Yes, he will speak. He's off.
Okay, we know that in Ghana there's a proverb, koto enwanoma. So now that you are not thinking, and all this genetic information that's in you that is to help you think so that you can reproduce children who can also think. Now you have stopped that and you have seized that. What type of children are you going to bring in future? Children who cannot think, but who depend on the computer. That's the dark side of it. Please, let's engage our minds. Our madam was saying that the more you challenge her, the more she comes out with a better designs. So now you don't want to be challenged. You just want a click of a button, a prompt, and then you get what you want. You are going to produce children who will not be reasoning at all. And then you will see the result of it. Thank you very much.
And then we still go back to our online contributor, Walter.
So hello.
Yes.
When one of the online people were giving the submission, she said, as a beginner, we copy. Then at some point, we start to produce original works. So I want to ask, where's the line between when you know when to stop copying and producing original works? Because when you are producing original works, you copy too. Just that your sources of copying change. So where's the line? Where do you draw it? And how do you do that?
I'm trying to understand your question. Is this a general question or to mine?
To anyone that can answer.
To anyone
yes.
who's a designer. I talked about the fundamentals of design and the foundation. I don't think that as designers, when we start off with thinking that it's okay to copy. No. I think as designers, we take you through what the design or the creative process looks like. So usually you're looking at colors, you're looking at patterns, you're looking at quite a few things. I remember when I was in KNUST, we did a foundation course. And that was the basics. I don't know whether you're still doing it, but
still do that.
you still do that. And so the foundation course, for me, was one of the most exciting periods of my career, my creative journey, because we did a bit of everything. And when I got to second year, I knew exactly which area I wanted to go into. So the period of discovery, for me, is where you're finding yourself. You get to a point when you start producing pieces where you start looking around for ideas. So as part of the ideation process, you start looking at similar things that you've seen before that you probably want to build on. So I think it's important for you to understand the whole process to the point where you begin to produce original works of art, but it takes, it goes through a phase. For me, that's how I see it.
So in that case, what happens to reverse engineering?
Creativity is, as you said, also taking things apart and putting things together. Nothing is static. So I would like you to always think about creativity as a process that is never static. But once you think about how fluid it is, it allows you to also stretch yourself. But I think as a creative, it's important that you stretch yourself. You never know how creative you are if you don't reach within yourself. And I think that's what a lot of the facilitators and lecturers are saying, is that young people are not stretching themselves enough. And what we're saying is that because of technology, you think it's okay with a click of a button. That doesn't make you a creative person. And I believe the reason why we're all at this conference is that we're deeply passionate about the creative industry and the process. So stretch yourself, reach out within you, understand what the whole process really looks like, and fall in love with what you do. Once you fall in love with what you do, I wake up at 3 a.m. and the designs comes. And the more you practice, the more it comes. That's the difference between creatives and those who are pretending to be creatives as well. You see that there's a line.
So we have those who are pretending to be creating, and then we have those who are creating. Those who are creating are those who reach down inside of them to bring out something new. So we take a contribution, and then we go to our online guests.
Thank you very much. Our young man is sounding just like Plato. That's a philosopher, right? Plato was a philosopher, yeah. He had a very serious, he was one of the critics of the artists, and one of his major criticism was that artists are imitators. And this was his argument, that something like a chair is not a creative thing. Because before somebody created a chair, he imagined that the human body had to sit, rest on something. And so already the position of sitting was already in the subconscious mind, it already existed in the subconscious. And so all what the artist did was to look at this and then visualize it. So somebody has to sit and must sit this way. So that is subconsciously created. And then this thing is visualized. So artists just imitate what is in the subconscious, But then here is the deal. The deal is that, yes, it exists, that somebody must sit at a position. But then if you ask 3 people to produce this sitting, it's likely that everybody is going to visualize it differently. And that is what could be described as creativity. Okay, so yes, there are so many things to look up to when it comes to. I think when we were young, when we started as students, we even were encouraged to develop scrapbooks. I don't know whether you still have, we don't have them because these days you have your Pinterest, you have the Google images and all of that. You are supposed to, there's nothing new under the sun. It's already been established. But then there is always that big room for improvement. And that is where creativity sits. And that is why design keeps changing, according to the needs and according to the times. So you realize that movements come, and at a point you talk about minimalism. And right now we are talking about minimalism again because of, what is this word? Sustainable development. Because we have to abide or go with sustainability minds in everything we do, design is changing to conform to some of those ideas and thinking. And these things are driven by creativity. And so no matter how many things you have to look, the exposure you have and then whatever is there for you to look up, there is a point where your creative selves can break something different from what is in existence. The issue of AI, for example, I normally don't argue AI with young people because you know more about it than us. Because you think you need them better than we do. So if you really read more and learn more about AI, realize that AI is just a system that has been trained. Now, how does AI produce images? You can Google this right now. I'll put it in ChatGPT right now. It will tell you that AI is trained on millions of images, existing images. So what you must know right from now is that anytime you ask AI to do something for you by way of designing, it is not authentic. It is just producing what it has been trained on. Now, those of you who use Photoshop a lot, there's an element in Photoshop now which steals the designs you do. I don't know whether you're aware of that. You can study that. So any design you create, AI keeps it and stores it in their algorithms and their databases. That is what it is. Without your permission, you don't know about this, but it's going on. And so anytime somebody requests for an image like that, it just gets into its training stock and bring out something similar or something like that, or even the same thing. So you might even see your design being produced by AI for people elsewhere you might not know. So that is why teachers keep on advising that you control the use of that tool. It's just an enabler, as Madam said. It helps you to do things, refine things. No, don't look at those of us who talk that way as Luddite. No. The same thing happened when photography came, when some other technologies came in, even when computer came recently, when it emerged. Many people challenged it. But then it got to a point people realized that it could be used to enhance what you can do, but not to let it do anything for you. I think that is where how we have to look at AI as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful contribution. So we take Allah's online. We don't want to marginalize our online guests, so we take Allah's online contribution and then we go out for snacks. So, Mr. Walter Chipambra, if you're online, kindly let us hear you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, me? Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, those of us online can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, please, Mr. Walter, those of us online can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please, go ahead and speak. We can hear you clearly.
Thank you. I wanted to contribute when it comes to issues of online and technologies affecting design. If you check, there's one technology by Shinsei Soko. It's a Shimaseki. Shimaseki. I'm much more into textile design. It's Shimaseki. What they've done with the technology is there is no longer the need to do pattern making. From the yarn, direct, you can design a 3D garment, meaning to say that you are no longer doing the patterns, those who have been in fashion. You just design the yarn to say, I want the color green, the color yellow, if I want to make my kente. So in as much as we see these issues of AI and stuff and technology coming through, with my age, what I've done with my classes is I've always given them a challenge to say, how better can you design a product, even if you're going to use the AI platform or any other technology? Just like the Madam Speaker said, AI can be the starting point. But when it comes to these technologies, believe you me, the moment we sit back and relax, we are going to get to a point whereby the AI can actually make a much more fascinating poster about a musical event happening next week in, let's say, in Kumasi or maybe in Accra, such that even you as a designer, you cannot even compete with. I'm not saying the computers are going to be better than us, but I'm just saying with the way technology is moving, it's also high time that the young designers who are young and upcoming appreciate both of both worlds, so that they can take leverage of how AI can assist them. But at the same time, we need to also appreciate the basics of typography. We need to appreciate how different the fonts are, how different we can construct let's say a poster. So I think in our curriculum, what I've seen other institutions doing in design is they've made AI in design a mandatory course, a mandatory module, such that everyone, be it interior, fashion, graphics, jewelry, footwear design, they master AI, but they master it in an ethical way. That's my contribution. They master it in an ethical way, meaning to say these are two things happening together. Either you learn to drive a manual car, but at the same time, you should know how to drive an automatic car. Either way, you should master both sides. No, we give you a car. If it's automatic, you can drive. If it's manual, you can drive. If it's semi-automatic, you can drive. So I'm challenging the young designers. We need drivers who can drive automatic cars and manual cars. We need a designer who can come up with a poster without the computer, come up with the poster with the computer and the AI. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter, for boils down to what the chairperson of party said, that yes, AI is there, but if you understand the algorithm behind AI, you would know that it has been trained using existing designs. And so it's not really creating anything new. The only difference is that it has a huge volume of information which you may not be privy to. And so when it brings out a design to you, you see it as new, but in reality, it isn't really anything new. And so I'll let Madam have a concluding remark, and then I'll hand over to my co-MC.
I think it's been very engaging conversations, and the whole essence of these conversations is to really challenge existing theories, but at the same time to also discuss areas of possible collaboration and to see what others are also doing. My background in industry really puts me at the forefront of understanding what the market trends and what customers want. And so as a creative person, I'm always constantly being challenged. Learning never stops, and I think that as creatives, it's important that we're also learning. I've had the opportunity to go back into the classroom many times, and so conversations and platforms like this are important. And to our learners and students that are here, I would commend those of you who have made it out here this morning. That's a good sign. So continue being curious. As a creative, you should always be very curious as well. So tap into those soft skills, analytical thinking, soft skills, emotional intelligence, all those sort of things that I think that creativity also being at the forefront of soft skills is really big. I think it's an exciting time to be a creative. And so I'd urge you all to take advantage of what the opportunities really exist as we readjust African designs and the way we do things. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You can do better than that. Please, let's give it up for her. Let's give it up for her. Thank you so much, Dr. Constance. And I always say that growing up, we used to see her projects on TV and also following her on Today's Woman. And those days, it was inspirational. And she's been such a great resource for all of us, and we really appreciate her coming. And to all of you who provided feedback today, we appreciate you. And also to our students, we love you so much. And we are glad that you came. And of course, the conference is also a place for us to share ideas. And we'll definitely give you a chance to have your own students' grievances, you know. And one thing that came to mind was that we always say that there's always a danger of a single story. So we've heard some things from your side, but we've not also heard some things from the other educators or your tutors' side. But we would like to say that sometimes when you have your challenges and you are asked to change things and you don't love it, think about it as your client. Your client can also tell you they don't really like what you want. So if you think about it in that context, it's not always the case that you force your projects on your clients. Your client can actually say no to what you have done, although you have discussed the brief. So it's all part of the learning process. So continue to be patient with us. And I know that with time, you develop the skills of also accepting rejection as a way of redesigning things and adjusting your concepts. And when it comes to the issues of AI, AI is here with us, just as any other technology, and we've spoken about it, that is just like any tool that we are using. Previously, when you want to type, it was either by writing, and then we came to the typewriter, and then we came to the computer, and now we have Word documents helping us with our work. So the same way the AI tools, like when you reach out to your cutlery box, you have a fork, you have a knife, and you have a spoon, and sometimes you even have a spork. So you think about the AI tools like that. But remember, those AI technologies and applications were also designed by people like yourselves. So they were actually designers behind the AI tools, which still means that you still have opportunity to engage with the AI trend and what is happening. And now, what's happening globally and also in places like China, I like the way when you mentioned about reverse engineering. It's not always necessarily a bad thing because you want to copy the master and learn from what has been done, then you build on it. So depending on what you are doing, you can actually identify the relevant AI tool to use, and it can help you with your work. And so the big question has always been, will AI take some of our jobs away? When you think about what is happening with technology, if you don't learn the skills and also learn the tools that we are working with, you might be left behind, actually. You actually need to abreast yourself with what is happening in the new trends, because we say that things like, when you look at doctors who work with technology and then doctors who work without technology, if you don't work with technology to get to a point, it might be difficult for you to do things very quickly. So same way with the designers, there are specific design tools for specific purposes. So depending on what you do, it also gives you room for creativity. So your creativity is not always lost, okay? And the technology is also giving consumers now the opportunity to participate in the design process quite easily. So now they have choices. They can actually get things customized. And the argument has always been about, so when you do things with the AI, where lies the copyright? If you use the right tools, you always have a process. And it's not just prompting and then you get the feedback, but there are specific tools for specific purposes. So rather than seeing it as sometimes you might see it as something which is not really there, but I think that we should begin to look into it and start learning more about it and try to practice how to work with these tools to complement the skills that we already have, so that we ensure that nobody is left behind. in what we call it in development and also innovation, because other global schools have actually integrated them into their curriculum. But there are policies. When we mentioned about design policy, there are policies governing how to use these tools. And also, I mean, you declare it that you use these tools to do it, you know. So going forward, let's continue to reflect on design. Let's continue to adjust and embrace trends that will be relevant to our profession so that we can build design for a better world. So on this note, we go for snack break, and we come back to hear from our next speaker. Thank you so much.
Yes, so for our snack break, we have our delegates and go first. And then we have our participant follow-up, and then later the students would join. So let's take that order. And because of our time, we are not going to keep very long. And so when you get it, try and make it a bit faster so that we can come back to continue with the second part of our program. Thank you very much. And please, when moving, take the water. Take the water on the table. It belongs to you.
Maybe now, yeah, I'm a so jaya. Since you watch it, yeah, they will not be able to pay me. Papa, in here, I'm probably here. And I know what's in Panay. that's why I'm not a fee. As I go to society, remember to see you down. Yeah, we're food this year. Yamedom, and I buy. Yeah, send another fee. Nana Babo, or sell book or Rambo, Nana Babo. Santua, Waiko, my name, Waiko, Babesio, Jafra, one way, way, Nane, way, Santua, Waiko, Santua, Waiko. I have a little message for you. Fame is a vapor. Popularity is an accident. Riches take wings. One thing endures, and that is character. Subain. Now I'm going to sing a song, and the title is The Destiny of Man in Our Religious Thought. Dabrobiawo Obina. Yanum Dabrobiawo Obina. Dabrobiawo. Yeah, no monsa. Yeah, Chabi. Yeah. Ebi ko pebusia. Akwaji Jojo. Yanum Odonko, Yabebro, Nananume. Aye, Odonko, you know. Yanum never be a wheel. And in young Quampong, or many pakra, any a home. Jaso de dia benada, or the sunsum, then Yambo Frey, and Benefo Fen on Tro, Ebini Busumuru, Bosum Pra, Bosuma Yesu, Bosum Tika, Bosum Po. And also the dear Ben, what the Moja, why an Ambo Frey, why a frum, Abosomen Crom, Epa Wayenchi, about what the Pada Seni, a phono cracks as a four. Monam the Mojam, Catramada Bodium. Yanum or don't go, Yabacro, Nananumi. I don't go, Bring number me mount. Only Pada sending Yauni as I see a 20. If any panya, the pedio. Yet in Suenum process in the Catramason Prensa. We you near you, there being a dead. Only fire on a fofra. No phone on no, if I'm not for that, Sukonoma. If a friend of Bofra, Sabini Abonwa from Moa. Obaya Brantia Sabia Muanti Brassi. Oya Baya dia Sabia Mu, Biano ya ho, Biano Baba ho. Obaya Besriwa. Jere Biano ye penini, and ye no apa enyini. Oya Bofra dia no Prakurafie. Only Pada sending what would away. Yadedano. Boyunu Rojo. Mamma Swadia no say, only Pedna Sissa, a friend idea. Would you penary any? Yanu Modonko, Yabacro, where we are. Aye, Dabrobia Wozana, Sam Country, Michiami Danka. Uncle Sam for pursuit to me. Oh, yes, I won't know me. I won't know me. You know, she went as a medium, that's I won't know me. Topaka Gravy, Michiami Danka. Uncle Sam for pursuit to me. Oh, yes, I won't know me. I won't know me. You know, she went as a medium, that's I won't know me. Topaka Gravy, he was a thing. The bridge of CSA. Oh, yes, I won't know me. I won't know me. You went as a medium, that's I won't know me. About Lucia Mojima, ye met myself. Don't you dear man be me? I said, you bet you. Oh, yes, I won't know me. I won't know me. You know, you and I said, yeah, I won't know me. Papa, was here more than my year. When you met myself, when you are kind, I said, if I get. Oh, yes, I won't know me. I won't know me. You know, you when I said, yeah, I won't know me. Abranchi, I'm going to share where baby I'm pressing one. And one point south for the Kaya oneself. Oh, yes, I won't know me. I won't know me. You know, you when I said, yeah, I won't know me. Nenya Topaka Gravy, and reach your topa. The Conquest Southward Kakaya 17. Oh, yes, I won't know me. I won't know me. You know, she went as a medium, as I won't know me. Michiami Danka. What's up for pursuit to me? Oh, yes, I won't know me. I won't know me. You know, you and I said, yeah, I won't know me. Radio. The rubber messes so much, she have brand new professor in my frock. And one point south for the kind of 17. Oh, yes, I won't know me. I won't know me. You know, she when I said, yeah, I won't know me.
Wow, say yes, wow, so ya mama sabra boy sibiya nkum dia baba jina wow so we are Muyan Madro, my Arafo. On such a bay to sound Siam. Sounds on it here. I want me near my answer. To a briar boy, me when it may yajewa. I can't count one name for. And my drama, I am for anything matter from them. I want me to answer. Silence, you have a bamboo. We have the woman. I said, my baby, yeah.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. All right, welcome, everyone. We believe that you are so refreshed and you are ready for the next session. And with us for this session will be Professor Mugendi from Kenya. He's joining us. And so we are going to have the session in a very different way. We are going to have a design dialogue. So we have a dialogue with Professor Mugendi online. And then soon after that, we invite Mr. Felix and then Prof. Apia to join us on stage for further discussion because this session is a design dialogue session. So I'd like to introduce our keynotes for the session. So our keynote is Professor Mugendi Emerita. He's the President Emeritus for World Design Organization and currently at Machakos University, Kenya. He was also personally our supervisors and mentors. So Professor Mugendi is a renowned industrial designer, educator, and researcher at the Machakos University, Kenya. He studied in Kenya, the US, India, and South Africa, earning degrees in design, industrial design, higher education, and universal design. He has taught in countries such as Kenya, Canada, South Africa, and Norway. His interests include humanity-centered design, sustainability, climate change, and indigenous knowledge systems. Mugendi promotes socially conscious and inclusive design practices across diverse fields. His work emphasizes the role of design in solving real-world problems or challenges. He is a founding member and Simba Fellow of the Pan-African Design Institute and actively involved in global design networks. He holds advisory roles with the Open Design Africa, Nairobi Design Week, and the D-School Africa at the University of Cape Town. And he also connected to the international organizations such as the Global Equality Alliance and UNESCO ICCSD. Mugendi served as the first African president of the World Design Organization from 2015 to 2017. And now he holds the title of President Emeritus and Senator. His WDO work supports global designers tackling complex, context-specific challenges. He champions design as a driver of equity, innovation, and sustainable development. President Emeritus and Senator of the World Design Organization, having been the first African president in the history of the World Design Organization during the 2015 and 2017 term. And he also manages the research group Drawn Africa, which brings us all together. So when you see us posting things on Draw, it was Prof. Mugendi who initiated that as well. So Prof. Mugendi, you are welcome, and we would like to hear from you. And the structure is that after he talks about a few things, and then we'll go into the design dialogue prompts. So Prof. Mugendi, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Rally and Akwaba, everyone. I want to congratulate the conference organizing team. I believe this is a very important initiative of PADI and the Ghanaian professional designers. So many congratulations on that. I see that John Adja still has his hand up. I'm not sure, since it's digital, he may not be tired yet. So you can just let him know since he's online. I also wanted to agree with some of the sentiments. I've been listening in on some of the presentations and the discussions, and I'm very impressed. And the only regret I have is that I'm not with you physically. So I'm experiencing an acute form of FOMO, but hopefully next time round, it will be possible for me to visit your beautiful city of Kumasi, which I've visited many times, and look forward to this dialogue. So maybe, Rally, I just want to commend you, since I have known you for many, many years, as well as Eddie Apia. I saw that my mentor and friend Ezio was also here, as well as Des. I see that you're partnering with Cumulus, among other organizations. So this is a truly international event. And myself calling in from Kenya, hopefully will reinforce the Pan-African agenda, which PADI really does well to bring us together. So with that said, maybe just a form of encouragement to the conference and the younger designers in the audience. There's a beautiful Zimbabwean proverb that says that if you can talk, you can sing, and if you can walk, you can dance. So let's have this designerly dialogue, whether it's the dialogue that is physical or using our bodies in a kinesthetic way through dance. But I'm definitely very privileged and honored to be here, and I look forward to this conversation. Thank you. So over to you, Rani, and let's start the conversation.
Thank you so much for that. You know, Prof. Mugendi's dialogue today with us is about African design futures, balancing tradition, innovation, and collaboration. So, Prof, in the spirit of collaboration, what are your perspectives on that? And reflecting on the idea about African design, and also the perspective of being an African, and also the story behind Africa with a K. Prof, over to you.
Thanks, Raleigh. Indeed, and I'm very happy that one of the sayings that I quote most often is that of your first president, Kwame Nkrumah, after whom your institution is named. Please keep it back. I've just seen it, and I want to just reference it before we start. That I'm not an African because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me. I think this is a very nice way to position this dialogue, because often we have this intellectual and philosophical discussions about what it means to be African. And the first thing I want to say, it has less to do with DNA and more to do with passion. And this is because Africa, by default, is a very inclusive and collaborative space. So to be an African, one need not be necessarily having African DNA, but you must love this continent, and you must be involved. You must participate in the life of your fellow Africans. So that's a very nice way to begin. Secondly, as you can see from the spelling, which has been tweaked for the purpose of this conference, Africa here is spelled with a K. And we can now move to the next slide. And we're trying to use this as a kind of can I say, a heuristic tool, just for us to be able to distinguish between those who are on the African continent, who are the people we are speaking with today, and some in the diaspora. We have over 2,500 official or recognized languages on the continent. And each of these languages actually spells Africa with a K. We even have a few friends outside of Africa, even from the Arabic-speaking world. Indeed, even German and Dutch, I know they also spell Africa with a K. So what we've done is we've appropriated this as a kind of a philosophical and epistemological tool to distinguish how Africa sees itself. I can almost say it's the way Africa sees itself from the inside looking out. And to contrast that with Africa with a C, which is in this particular discourse, how Africa is seen by those that are outside the continent. So whenever we use the K, it's not for not recognizing that there's a C, but there's a philosophical and a deep ethical reason why we've embraced Africa with a K, because it is our Africa. In fact, it is, there are a number of other scholars who've talked about it, Binyavanga Wainaina, Ben Okri, and others who talk about the three Africas and so on. And so when we speak of Africa with a K, that is just to put it in context. So every time you see Africa with a K, including the way the Pan-Africa Design Institute is spelled, it's deliberate, it's not a typo. It's actually a form of benign activism, saying that we want to take back the narrative. And as Felix said earlier on, design is directed storytelling. So how much better to have a description of a place than telling the story from the perspective of the people on that continent. Secondly, and finally, in terms of Africa with a K, we're inspired by a proverb that Chinua Achebe speaks of. If you read some of his books like Things Fall Apart and No Longer at Ease, he says that until lions have their own historians, tales of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. This simply means that the history is recorded through the voice of the so-called victors. So we need to be the historians of the lions, so that the lion itself can have a voice in this discourse. And also we get to hear the side of the lion, which is often neglected because of the cultural, philosophical, and other biases, if I can put it that way, of the storytellers. So I hope that puts the Africa with a K to rest. Now we can move to the next part of our conversation, Raleigh. Yeah. Which of this? Yes. So now back to the Africa with a K. One other idea that is really it resonates with this Africa with a K, is this philosophy of Ubuntu. As you may be very well aware, it was popularized by people like Thabo Mbeki and the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu, as well as the late Nelson Mandela, aka Madiba. But basically, even though the word Ubuntu or the principle or the philosophy of Ubuntu has a Zulu name or branding, actually it is a Pan-African idea. If you go right across the continent, and I know ideas of mutual solidarity and support exist right across the continent, and some of you who live in more rural contexts in Africa will recognize it much quicker. In the cities, it's morphed into something that is much more sophisticated. So for example, Ubuntu, which means I am because we are, or I am fully human in the context of other humans, is known as Utu in Kiswahili, which is the language of East and Central Africa, where I'm from, spoken by about 300 million people. It's known as Boto in Botswana. It's known as Unhu in Zimbabwe. I know there's principles like the mutual support like Nobua in Ghana, which I'm aware of. So the idea itself is quite African, as much as we may have picked a branding or a name that seems to hyperlink it to South Africa. But this is not a uniquely South African idea. So that's the first thing. So within the concept of Ubuntu, this idea of humanness, that I am because of others, immediately engenders the concept of participation. So it's very complementary to co-design or participatory design, because it invites others into a more inclusive kind of agenda. It demands empathy and solidarity, because that is how Ubuntu works. It's a self-driven, system, which actually doesn't have hierarchical leadership. It's leadership from any chair, so to speak, meaning anyone with a good idea can contribute it. And this is what is powerful and inclusive and participatory about Ubuntu. The other idea about Ubuntu is this idea that people collaborate and therefore have collective action. So the credit, if you like, goes to the collective, not the individual. It does not negate the need of the individual. I need to emphasize this, because it means that I can achieve my fullness in terms of my humanity, while also acknowledging and celebrating and supporting others to also achieve the same. It's not an either or, it's a yes and in the spirit of design thinking. So it doesn't mean the individual loses out, no. It means the individual benefits and the beneficiation goes to the collective as well. And then another dynamic of Ubuntu, which other parts of the world are starting to appreciate, is this community-driven ethos, the intergenerational wisdom that we see coming out of Ubuntu. So the participation is not age or gender or cultural bias. Anyone can participate, so to speak. And then finally, in terms of how Ubuntu can be leveraged, it also is very context responsive. So as much as we say Ubuntu is called Ubuntu in South Africa in Zulu, when you come to Kenya and you call it Utu, there's a certain element that is simultaneously global or Pan-African in the context of our conversation, but at the same time uniquely locally relevant. So the idea of localizing the knowledge, localizing the application, and that the action, and I believe Ezio Manzini spoke to you, and Ezio speaks of this idea of cosmopolitan localism, or something we call glocalization. So you have this unique global vision and outlook, yet a very local application of that idea, so that things and the impact, the social impact, is felt at the places where the intervention is sought. So I think to wrap up, that would mean that Ubuntu, by default, not just by design, is inclusive, it's participative, and it is also empathic. So we need to capture those three thoughts with others, of course, as we discuss. Thank you. So in terms of, I'll read out the question so that we're all together. In what ways can collaboration between African designers, with a K, thank you very much, industries and communities drive innovation and cultural preservation in design. The first thing we need to celebrate is the idea that those that are the African designers are those that Africa has been born in them. So that's a qualification to be an African designer. And we have many friends on the continent and in the diaspora and elsewhere. Now, many of our industries, particularly the so-called modern industries, have a way of creating solutions that tend not to have very rich cultural symbolism. I was listening to some of the discussions earlier on and hearing, so like now if you see the way China, for example, has grown into a global force when it comes to manufacturing, and everyone in the world is touched by something that says made in China. Yet, if you look at what is made in China, very often it does not show Chinese characteristics. The Chinese have a long and rich tradition, which goes back thousands of years. But because they're focusing on a global audience, they tend to remove a lot of the cultural nuances that would have made it uniquely Chinese. That is just in the form of modern manufacturing or industries. Yet, the world right now is not looking for a me too, and this is a challenge to all us designers on our continent. The world is looking for authentic expressions of local yet universally applicable ideas. Design by its very nature tends to be user-focused, but then the aesthetic sensibility is driven by the individual designer. So for example, I was listening to the conversation around Plato and the concept of the chair, and Aristotle as well. True, but every culture has a way of engaging. So for example, seating, you'll find in Southeast Asian cultures, people don't use seats for most of their activities. They sit on the ground, even in India, Japan, China. They sit on the ground, often in a circle with each other. Even traditionally, many Africans, we did not use chairs. We had little stools, more often than not, which also doubled as a headrest. But if each of those cultures was told to design a chair, it would be quite different. Now, no other cultures on the continent design stools, which are also headrests. And you can do your own Google search, do images and search for African headrests. And you'll find unique ones from the Zulu community, which are quite long. And remember, these headrests were passed on from one generation to the other. So there was this intergenerational dynamic, which was very rich, and it kept the community focused. Secondly, traditional African design did not have a sense of authorship. The way Picasso came to Africa and discovered Cubism through African art and then went to Europe and started that movement and signed all his work with his name. African inventors, creators, artists, designers typically did not assign their names or their identities to the product because it was done for the community, it was done for the collective. So now, as we evolve as designers, we realize that because of intellectual property rights and including patenting and copyright laws and so on, we need to ascribe certain elements, and because it's not just about identity, it's also about ownership, it's also about accountability. When someone signs a document, for example, it authenticates or affirms that I am supporting the content. So designers are starting to realize we need to own the designs we come up with. Importantly, we need to sign them. So you find people like Peter Mabeo of Botswana, who's very good in furniture making. You'll find the Bibi Sek coming in from Senegal, Chek Dalo, and many other designers from all over the place. Even Haldane Martin in South Africa and other places. I'm just picking on furniture as a category, or even our friend Hisham Lalou from Morocco. You start to see there's a certain trend now that is emerging where, because of infusing the traditional values and the richness of what was communally driven intellectual property or intellectual capital, the uniqueness is starting to show, whether it's in the choice of the materials, the choice of the colors, the formal exploration of the shape and form. You start to see very unique things. So my plea to African designers with a K is to emphasize the origin, celebrate that which is uniquely yours. Like if you look at Bibi Sek, he designs these very modern chairs, but he also speaks to local weaving communities in his country. And they're able to weave between the frame that he makes out of metal or other modern material. Even when he uses discarded plastics, the shapes of the stools he makes are still driven by what he saw as cultural infusion. Haldane Martin has a chair called the Zulu Mama, and this chair is woven by traditional Zulu women. He even has a lampshade made of ostrich feathers, again, materials which are found locally and therefore are unique. So I would really encourage us, and my hero, Esther Mahlangu, who's a Ndebele artist who's now in her early 90s, has been designing and drawing with natural pigments using ostrich feathers, and you can find her work. She's even done the tail of British Airways aircraft, BMWs, Fiats, all kinds of products, that she's done, yet never leaving the infusion that she has inherited from her Ndebele culture. So this is the challenge for us. Don't do Me Too's. Don't be anonymous. Draw from your traditional and cultural richness. Have a very unique engagement with the context you're in, whether it's in the traditional ways of making or the traditional ways of being, whether it's like in Ghana, you have these beautiful Adinkra symbols and your natural and traditional kente cloth, which has now become a global symbol. In fact, it's been used even in the West, to kind of, emphasize the need for activism and awareness of the heritage that we carry. So there's nothing wrong with doing all those things, provided they're simultaneously accessible at a very cosmopolitan level, so that even if I'm using the kente cloth, I can take another piece of fabric and augment my kente cloth so that it has what I would call an African cosmopolitan or cosmopolitan African look. So nothing stops you from appropriating elements of our culture, and in so doing, you actually contribute to the preservation of those elements or symbols or ideas, and perpetuating them through time. This is my challenge to us. Thank you. Oops. I was going to say thank you since thank you already came. So the next question actually is around how can we balance traditional African design elements with modern technologies and global trends to create unique and impactful designs. I think I've mentioned some of them. There's a book that Isham Lalu and I wrote called African Generation, The Power of Design. We've actually showcased 50 designers from across the continent. And this would be, in my view, a good way of showing that balance, because I believe balance is necessary. Because if you become too esoteric, you lose out the inclusiveness or the accessibility of your design to a broader audience. So using local materials, for example, African designs have traditionally been eco-friendly. We've used natural materials, whether it's metals or ceramics or wood, or even cane, like weaving cane into mats or something. You find that that's a theme that resonates right across. You find even the colors, so typically earthy colors, and colors have rich meanings. You only need to look at the meanings within the kente cloth lexicon of colors to see just how rich they are, like yellow or gold for wealth and so on. So our colors could be one way to grow this idea. Our materials is another way. And the other sources that we could use is how does dance, for example, as one of our exports. Fashion design is another export, and I'm not speaking of Wakanda Forever, even though that really referenced a lot of African designs and took them to a very high level, as well as our food. So if you look at the way we prepare food, like whether it's Ethiopians and their injera and the other foods that they create, or even the Moroccans and the containers that they make for those kind of foods, the dress, as I mentioned, the fashion design, we find all the way from using leopard prints, because now it's illegal to kill leopards among the Zulus, of course, animal prints, and so on. In woven fabrics, like in East Africa, we have something we call the kanga or kitenge, and the other materials that you find, whether it's from Angola or otherwise. Then using modern materials, and this is the most exciting development for us in Africa, by embracing CAD/CAM, additive manufacturing, also popularly known as 3D printing, and other technologies, we're able to come up with unique customizable solutions so that they don't lose the richness, because there's some kind of a challenge sometimes when you do mass production. So if you mass produce, leave a small element which you can use to add something that possibly is batch produced or is craft related, so that it adds a touch of class and gives soul, as one of your colleagues, I believe is one of your professors, was saying in the audience. We are not Luddites, so we are not averse to technology, but we are also trying to dance, this balance of recognizing simultaneously our rich tradition as Africans, but at the same time, our interconnectedness with the rest of humanity, and the need to have this intercultural and intergenerational dialogue through design. I think that's something that we can look into. Thank you. Yes, then now the next question is, what role can design play in promoting cultural heritage and identity in Africa? And how can we ensure that these designs are accessible to local communities? So I'll start at the end there. The part of ensuring that these designs are accessible to local communities, number one, is to use and employ as many of the local crafts people as possible. Use as many symbols and sources of meaning that communities can relate to. Not only to look at producing curios for tourist markets, but actually promoting. Like say, for example, whenever I'm in Ghana, I always get these beautiful shirts, and I want to thank my Ghanaian family out there, Raleigh, Eddie, and the team. I always get this, even Felix, these beautiful shirts that I love very much. So and I've started seeing something very beautiful going out of that. When something is made of the highest quality, and this is usually the challenge for us, and let's be ruthless in our honesty about this. Sometimes we have stuff that is kitsch because it doesn't meet a global standard of quality, yet it has a promise that it has such quality. So people will immediately, and this is where people buy, they vote with their pockets. If something is beautiful and it's of the highest standard, you don't need to push it too hard, because people will be proud to be associated with it. So the first thing that we need to do in promoting this cultural heritage is, just like our forefathers who are craftsmen and women, go for the highest possible quality. That's why we're able to pass down many artifacts from different generations, because they were built to last. They were not just built with this so-called built obsolescence that we see in many industries today, where even a perfectly good thing is obsolete in a very short time because someone has to keep the production lines running. We need to think of quality, we need to think of durability. The other thing we need to emphasize is authenticity. That, as I said at the beginning of my conversation with you, the world is not interested in Me Toos. They're not interested in cheap imitations of something that looks Italian design or Scandinavian design. They're looking for something that is uniquely African. This is where the other challenge comes, because Africa is a very vast continent. If you see the map of Africa, or the real size of Africa, you'll see that the whole of the US, Western Europe, Japan, China, India, and many other places fit into our continent. So sometimes it's wrong for us to talk of African design as if it's a homogeneous thing, but we have elements of African design that are consistent across the continent. So my challenge would be, don't feel obliged to speak of African design. Speak about designs from the part of Africa you're from, and pay homage to the talents and the creativity of the region, while at the same time refreshing it by giving it a fresh look, because design is constantly evolving, just like culture. we keep that which is good, and that which is not helpful or relevant or is outdated, we discard as it becomes obsolete. So promoting cultural heritage requires a kind of critical mindset. Not everything is useful, even though everything is permissible. So we need to think about how we can pick the best of what we believe showcases us in so doing. There's a beautiful proverb from Sierra Leone that says that a razor may be sharper than an axe, but it cannot cut wood. So let's think about how we can be appropriate in the selection of what we call our best examples or exemplars of African design. And let us not insist that certain materials which may not be appropriate are used. So for example, in Uganda and Kenya, there's this unique fabric that comes from the bark cloth tree. It naturally regenerates, but it is limited in colors. So for example, you get light tans and you get browns because it's based on the color of that bark, which creates a kind of a material that looks like a fabric. So don't go too far, like trying to make it a different color using other dyes, because then what you do is you've lost the bark cloth and the uniqueness of that material, which is why we talk about it as an eco-friendly material, because it degenerates well. Again, if you use cotton lining, you can make beautiful bags, computer bags, purses, and so on. So be truthful to the potentiality of the materials that you use, and don't try to push traditional materials to do things that are not designed for that, because there's materials that are better done with plastics, even though I'm not a big fan of plastics, we know they're necessary. And even within plastics now, we have such a rich array. There's biodegradable plastics, decombustible, there are all kinds of plastics that can be injected with different additives, so that we also don't become a nuisance, environmentally speaking. Thank you. Yes, so the next question should be number 5. Yes, how can African designers collaborate with international partners to co-create solutions that are culturally sensitive and contextually relevant? This is good because when I talked about BBSEC earlier on, BBSEC's spouse, Birsel, is actually from Turkey. And some of the collaborations they've done, they're a couple, they're married, but also this Turkish African or Turkish Senegalese, because he's from those parts, design becomes something very interesting. I think designers, particularly those of us who practice human-centered design and in particular design thinking, realize the power of co-creation. When you bring more than one influence together, you get this incredible richness. And that's why I subscribe to this concept of transdisciplinarity, where you go beyond traditional disciplines and even bring in others. So for example, there are some of these fabric designers. One of them recently got an award for incorporating work that had algae, light-emitting algae in the fabric. I think I posted it on the Pan-African Design Institute website recently. So the same way you can have something that is truly traditionally African, and you can infuse it with something that is uniquely from another culture. So for example, some of the things I like doing is I've found we have these beautiful traditional drums. Now, the traditional drum requires a human being to beat it so that it can produce sound. But what I've decided to do, because my background is industrial design, is to pick on such elements, like now that drum that I've mentioned, build into it a Bluetooth speaker, and instantly you'll find the resonance and the sound quality, the acoustic quality, because the drum is already, over time, has been created into something that really has a beautiful acoustic signature. And when you make that with a speaker, and not all speakers, so you have to also now work with a sound engineer or someone else who really understands sound and uses the right tools to measure, calibrate the sound, you come up with something amazing, because first of all, it's unique. It's an artifact. The drum is an artifact. But guess what? You can also play your music using Bluetooth connectivity and so on. So for me, this is the way to go. Hybrid solutions, so to speak, so that they enrich what we have on the continent, and also give a chance to our friends from elsewhere to co-create with us. There are many examples. I will not be able to go through them at this point in time, but I would really encourage this as a way forward. I know someone like Felix has a lot of connections in the UK. There's no harm in Felix doing something collaborative with a UK designer or group of designers from the UK. Some of you are based in the US and elsewhere. So there's no harm at all in saying, I'm from Africa and this is my sensibility. Is there something you can do to bring this? Or vice versa. You find someone who's doing certain work elsewhere and say, would you mind if I collaborate with you and add something, infuse something African in this? And you'll be surprised it may spur a totally new genre, just like I talked earlier about the ostrich lampshade, which uses ostrich feathers as the shade, yet it uses stainless steel and other very international kind of world-class materials. So there's no harm. I think, in my view, I would thoroughly encourage this, and I even suggest that this is actually the way we're going to push African design even faster into the global stratosphere. Thank you. I'm thinking there was one more. Yes. Now, what are some successful examples of design initiatives in Africa that have used Ubuntu principles to drive positive social change? And what can we learn from these examples? Now, when I speak of design, because there are three words that really excite me, and when they're used in a specific sentence, I get delirious with enthusiasm. And one is Africa, particularly with a K, very much so. The other is design, and the third one is innovation. So sometimes I intersperse the word design with innovation because I feel that at the root of creativity, those two are sometimes almost synonymous, because innovation demands a leap of novelty, while design means that there must be some pre-consideration, pre-thinking, pre-planning before the execution of any idea. So when I look at those, there's many examples. And when I speak, for example, those of you who know the trends in Africa, the tech trends, we have a gentleman who is known as Wesley Kirinya. And Wesley Kirinya, if you can allow me just to mention him, with a gentleman called Eriam Tawia, started something called Leti Arts. And Leti Arts is a video gaming platform where Eriam is from Ghana and Wesley is from Kenya. And the two of them met through some of these award schemes. I think it was one of the British Council sponsored events, and discovered they had a passion for storytelling. And they created this African kind of gaming using African heroes, very much like the Marvel Comics characters, but now uniquely and authentically African. So for me, that's a very good example. And these are young designers, and I'd really encourage us to look them up. You may have also heard of M-Pesa, which is M is for mobile and Pesa is for money, which is a mobile money exchange or transfer platform. It was actually inspired by Ubuntu strictly because there's a way communities in Kenya and most of Africa used to send money to their relatives out in rural areas. So for example, you send money to a shopkeeper and your family members would pick food items or groceries from that farmer. So it was built on something I call the currency of exchange is trust. That is what we see in Ubuntu in Africa. And M-Pesa has grown in Kenya uniquely because that is still something we do much. It has been tried in places like South Africa to less success because South Africa has a larger formal economy. So it works very well when there's a lot of informality. But guess what? In India, it is huge. And it started off in I think it's called Hello Paisa in India. That's a second platform. A third one is the Reconstructed Labs, or the R Labs, based in Bridgetown in South Africa, just outside of Cape Town. And this one uses, it brings an intergenerational dynamic because grandmothers have been trained in using technology, mainly computing and cell phone and mobile phone technology, to support young men and women, mainly young men, unfortunately, who are dealing with social challenges like drugs and gangsterism. And the grandmothers, they have time on their side and they have wisdom, like we said at the beginning. But now what they didn't have, which the young people have, is the tech savviness. It's become now a global example, actually. Uses this intergenerational dynamic to connect grandmothers with their grandchildren in a way that actually builds social equity and cohesion. At the same time, it negates or mitigates the kind of social ills that are otherwise prevalent in the area. Another one is called AfriCraft in Tanzania. This one promotes a circular economy by bringing local artisans in building eco-friendly solutions, mainly craft-based solutions. And most of the profits go back into the community, so it's a kind of a social enterprise. Then you have Ushahidi. Ushahidi started in Kenya after one of the unfortunate global clashes in 2000 and tribal clashes in 2007. And what it does, it crowdsources information from participating communities. And it has since been adopted to help with early warning systems where there's weather calamities. Like it was even used when in New Orleans, the Mississippi broke its banks in the US, and they actually used Ushahidi. They've used it in places where there's a cyclone that has torn through a region. So people actually take images and they are already have location stamps on them, as well as timestamps, so that you're able to crowdsource the big data and help people see where a certain calamity may be heading. And people also help by accounting for one another, so that you can check in with each other and say we are okay where we are. It's also been used in Turkey. Recently there had been an earthquake, and that was used effectively. So the idea of community focus and crowdsourcing using community and the goodwill of communities as a basis. And then of course there's Shujaz Inc. I apologize for using many Kenyan examples, but that's the region I'm in, so I kind of know a bit more about them. And this is a youth empowerment platform which uses media for storytelling. And it connects to what I was saying earlier on about Wesley and Ariam of Letty Arts. So there's a lot of examples which I cannot do justice based on the time we have, but I can assure you there are many, and they're extremely, extremely useful. So to then conclude my quick design dialogue with Raleigh and the rest of you, what we learned from Ubuntu-inspired design essentially is principles like participatory or co-design, empathy and solidarity, collective action and therefore collective responsibility, intergenerational wisdom, where we interact across based on our strengths, where we bring tradition and innovation together, where the young people are in the innovation space and the older persons are in the tradition space, as well as finally localized knowledge and context responsiveness, so that you may think globally but act locally. And I mentioned Ezio Manzini, who has inspired many of the conversations I've had with many of our friends around cosmopolitan localism or localism, thinking globally but acting locally. So Raleigh, I'd like now to end there, and maybe we can have a bit more of a discussion.
Quick feedback.
Okay.
All right. Prof, thank you very much. And that was a brilliant discussion that we've had. I think we want to extend it to the community here. And so what we can do. And ladies and gentlemen, we have about 30 minutes to work on this. What we are going to do is we will ask you guys to maybe give your perspective concerning those areas. And then after that, we can take it from there. we want to make sure that we do it snappy. Prof is online, and then he can help us. So can we take it from those of you here, your mics can work, and so you can activate them. But those of us here, we may have to use the hand held one. So if you are here, you need a mic, we can quickly raise your hand, and then we bring it to your room. But before then, Prof, there was something that you just said, and I think it also resonates with what our first keynote speaker gave us today concerning the issue of collaboration, the issue of collaboration. And let me take your question. You are talking of collaboration between African designers, industries, and communities. And that is where I will start my discussion whilst we wait for others to join in. You know, most of the time, and if you look at the Western world, they do more collaboration among themselves. And when they even want to collaborate with Africa, they normally have their projects which they just bring on us. And so sometimes the collaboration is just one-sidedness, which I don't see it as collaboration. So my question is, how do we as Africans initiate the collaboration? Because we normally sit back waiting for them to come. I mean, the concept of, oh, we don't have what it takes, we don't have money and that kind of things. Meanwhile, the ideas and everything is from us. So how do we initiate the collaboration so that we own it instead of just asking the Western world or the European world to rather come and then say, let's collaborate?
Thanks, Eddie, and it's good to see you again.
Please, the mic over there. Can you help? Hello?
Yes.
Prof, hold on, we can't hear you. They will have to.
Hello.
Can you please unmute Prof over there? Prof, go ahead.
Yes, Eddie, I was just, can you hear me?
Those in the technical men, please work on his sound for us. Okay, but in the meantime, we can take it from the floor if somebody here wants to talk about whilst we work on Prof's voice.
Can you hear me?
Prof, say hello and let's see whether them.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, all right. We can hear you now.
Okay, so Eddie, first I was greeting you. It's good to see you after quite a while. I think the first thing I'd say about I can say it's an imbalanced relationship. And part of the problem is with us on the continent of Africa. We've always got this idea of maybe it's a colonial hangover. And that's where this conversation needs to move in the post-colonial discourse and postmodernist discourse. So I'll sound a bit like a design activist. The reason is that people tend to respect those who respect themselves. We need to have a position which is grounded on something, and this is where our cultural values and traditions are very important. Like why Ghana, with its kente cloth and its Adinkra symbols, is a global example of how Africa does things. So when you have something that is that unique, someone else will want to know about it. But when you enter the space and you're doing the Me Too we were discussing earlier, someone else is a lot more adept at the Me Too. So if it's technologically driven, then the person with the better technology tends to kind of take charge. We need to have some pride as Africans. We need to be able to negotiate and say, we want to speak on equal terms. And this is why participatory design is so important, because it levels the playing ground and you become equal collaborators. Secondly, there's this notion of creative confidence. A lot of us African designers and artists, we tend to be very cynical about designers and artists on our continent. You know, the saying that a prophet has no honor in his hometown. So it sometimes takes an external person to validate you for you to realize, oh, wait a minute, I actually have something good here. So I'd like to encourage us, and this is why this platform of this conference is so important, because we are supporting one another in a community of practice. that gives us that creative confidence that we actually have something unique to offer the rest of humanity. And once you know you have something of value, you don't accept handouts. I don't mind a hand up, which is a very different concept. When you say, I notice you're trying X, but if I do X plus 1, we might achieve more. That's a hand up mentality. You have something already, and you're willing to bring something to the table, and your other partner then brings something else. But a lot of us tend to also just shy away from these conversations because someone maybe came with some funding or through a bilateral agency. We relinquish our responsibility and therefore our power and allow them to dictate the terms of that relationship. And I think that is wrong. So creative confidence, in my view, through platforms like this, through the institutions that we are in, like KNUST, Machakos, where I am, University of Nairobi, CPUT, and other institutions around Africa that teach design, need to foster that creative confidence in our students. And I'd like to challenge the educators amongst us because we tend to be quite harsh in our critiques on our students, and that crushes a lot of students who have potential because we try to create minions out of ourselves. We want students to do what we do or do like us, to basically imitate the master. But we need to encourage individuality in terms of expression. That's the only way creativity is going to flourish. So let's try to be a bit more generous in our support and nurture the talents that are in our hands so that this creative confidence, at least if it's not with us in this generation, the next generation can start at a better place. There's an African proverb that says that those born on top of an anthill take a shorter time to mature. Let's elevate our students so they start at a higher and better place or vantage point than ourselves so that they can tackle this international opportunity that we are all suddenly interconnected. I mean, look at me, I'm speaking to you from Kenya and you're in Ghana. That was unprecedented when I was a young person, like the young people I saw in your audience. So let's encourage them. Let's help them leapfrog and do far more than we would have imagined. And let's be generous. Even if we don't make it ourselves, let them stand on our shoulders and let them achieve on our behalf. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks so much, Prof. And that brings me to another area. Maybe I will take Madam Swanike's view. You know, we are talking of this collaboration between us or among Africans and let's say universities. Maybe the industry is doing well. The industry, Ghana, Nigeria, they collaborate. But when it comes to education, that collaboration is, the South-South is not there. Even in our own universities, that interconnectivity is not there. So I want to get your thoughts. Since you are also in a bit of academia, maybe the industry you can connect to others in the other parts of Africa. How is it with DTI, where you collaborate with another institution in other countries? Is that easy for you? Are you doing that? Because we sit here in Ghana, we want to collaborate with those in Europe, but we don't want to collaborate with those in Africa.
Yeah, thanks, Eddie. This is indeed true, unfortunately. And it seems that we get more validation from our relationships with external partners. There's someone who once said, it's a popular English saying that I can tell the kind of person you are by the friends you keep. But I want to challenge us and say, you have no idea the richness you're missing out by the friends you are not keeping. So like the relationships we have, typically it's because we have known each other through other platforms. But there's a kind of I'd call it a poverty mentality, that the economy of scarcity, that because resources are always scarce, we tend to want to hoard them close to our chests and not want to share. Even as artists and designers, you can be in the same department, something good comes out, you see a call for an artist in residence, and you don't tell anyone, even if you can't use it yourself. So we need to change this meanness of spirit and actually start to actively seek these relationships and institutionalize the relationships that are between individuals. There's a gentleman known as Selby Mvusi. Some of you may have heard of him in history. He was the first African lecturer in the School of Fine Art in KNUST. And we're talking about someone who came there, I think it was 1962. He later left KNUST and immediately came to Kenya and started the first design program at the University of Nairobi. This is one individual who's connected two institutions. So the legacy lives on, and that's why this conversation is happening. I'm a product of the University of Nairobi, where we learned from those who are his disciples and teachers. And many of you are third and fourth generation beneficiaries of Selby Mvusi. Now remember, Selby Mvusi was a South African who went into exile, initially into the US, then went to what was known as Rhodesia, which is now Zimbabwe, then eventually went to Ghana, then came to Kenya. Unfortunately, he died in a road accident in Kenya at the young age of 38. Very unique individual, and I'd encourage you to do a bit of research on him. So we need to, for the sake of the legacy of pioneers like him, who tried to bring this Pan-African agenda, and this is why PADI is so important. And I know Felix has been speaking in this platform. Eddie, I've known you, you're a brilliant researcher, a man of integrity. I've known Raleigh likewise, someone very passionate and very generous in her spirit. So if I didn't know you, would we be having this conversation? So that's our challenge. Should we not then institutionalize these relationships and invest a lot in PADI, because PADI is our platform, so that we enjoy the richness, the common wealth, if you like, that is ours to take in Africa. But also come with a generous spirit. Don't just ask what you're getting, but also what you can give into the discourse. I think once you change that mindset to one of generosity, nurturing, and giving.
All right, we will take it from here. The link is moved. So we will now take Madam Constance Swanike's view on that.
I'll take it from two contexts. From the side of industry, when we're working on international projects and there's funding on the table, we don't say that we will not collaborate. I think what the bridging gap would be is, as industry, once there's a job, I would move to Angola, I would move to wherever the job requires us to collaborate. And this is where, when you look at the gap that exists in academia, a lot of the grants funding that you'd receive would come from overseas. So you're already disadvantaged there. The paymaster is who decides who you collaborate with. And this is where encouraging academia to work closely with industry in terms of research and innovation, it would allow you to then cross over some of those issues that really hinders who you're collaborating with. So I think in that context, we work very closely with industry, even at DTI. And so that value addition of what you do best is what I think you need to be leveraging more on. So take advantage of research and innovation and areas of possible collaboration with industry that will give you the funding that you need. Mind you, there are also a lot of international companies that operate in Africa, and they will need your services. Even more so as we're pushing localization and local content. It's cheaper to work with a local expert who understands the local environment than bringing somebody in from outside who doesn't even understand what our real needs are. So I think we need to have more confidence in ourselves, and we need to begin to push those boundaries a bit more. Let's have confidence that we have the finest brains. Some of our academics have studied in some of the finest universities overseas. And so it's not as if we don't have the knowledge, the experts, but, we're afraid. I don't know whether it's fear of breaking, working in silos, but really pushing those boundaries is what I would really encourage academia to really look at what those gaps would be.
Thank you very much. Felix, you wanted to contribute something? You wanted to say something, or it's fine? Okay, all right. We can, okay, there is a hand up there. Please, okay, we need a hand.
Can you introduce yourself? Thank you. My name is Eboy Misa from University of Education, Winneba. So this conversation has become very interesting because I'm here thinking about when I was in Kumasi in school here, and I'll go to town to buy slippers. I'll see them producing the slippers, and after that they will stamp in made in Italy or made in China or something. And I'm wondering why they do that. So I find out, they tell me because they will not buy. So obviously there's something wrong with our mentality about the things we produce here. And I wonder how we are going to collaborate. And I feel that we academics also should tailor some of these conferences towards getting the attention of these stakeholders, chiefs, the town folks, government agencies, so that they really understand what we preach. Because most of the time we are talking about some of these things to ourselves. Some of the things we know already, but those people producing the actual stuff don't know. So I'm hoping to see holding conferences that would collaborate with these town folks, the chiefs. Let's work with them. Let's educate them on the things we discuss here. I feel that will be also very impactful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have a contribution from the gentleman. Kindly unmute your mic and speak. Introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Clinton. We had an opportunity to collaborate with Nebraska through Miss Raleigh. And then we saw that as we were working together, we were doing things through the artistic way, like the nicer parts. And they were also like, let me just put this one here, let me do this one there. And then when it comes to the explanation, they get it. They can explain themselves well and then defend the work. Whilst we think about how we can please our clients. So I don't know whether they are in the good shape of defending their work or ours nicer works are going to sell doing these ideas. That's what I want to know.
Prof, this reminds me, there is, Africans want to feel validated. And so we want to buy the expensive things so that when others see us, they will say that, oh yeah, we also, the typical Ghanaian English, we are also somebody. And I think that has been the problem. Typically what people do, somebody can just write 2 lines, okay? 1 line there, another line there. And the person would convince you to believe that it means something. When you do it, it means nothing. And the inferiority complex and the whole other things that Prof. Muganga talked about also plays into this. Right. I don't know what you think about it, Prof.
Okay, let me make a little contribution and then see if I can also get the ideas. I was telling Madam Swanika this morning, in my life as a teacher, I always want to teach first years. There's that I wasn't given the opportunity until recently when I was given the chance. Now, what I can see and what I hear, or what I see experience is that our students find it difficult expressing themselves both in ideas and in language. We are made to believe that art is just the drawing, the skillful thing. We don't have to do the research. We don't have to talk about it. We don't have to speak to it. And when you give a project and you want the children to, or the student to go and do more research, they will spend less time in doing the background research, but they will spend more time in the execution. And of course, those, unfortunately, my first years are not here. In my scheme, I give about 45% for the background research, and then 25% for the idea development, and then 10% for the final execution. So we need to now learn how to appreciate how do we get here? It's not just, we didn't jump into it. Something came up. And those things that came up, those are the things that we want you to write and capture. Because as we heard, design is storytelling. If you're not ready to tell the story, nobody will buy your idea. So if you're able to capture the story and motivate yourself with the story and run with the story, then you can confidently defend and talk about it. Other than that, you can put so many lines together, yet nobody will hear. The person who is able to put one line, he has a story behind it. And so we need to have that mindset of storytelling, write on it, and then we can talk about it. That is probably where we can take it from. Prof. Mugendi, do you have an idea on that? You have a say on that?
Yeah, I
Please,
in agreement.
technical, can you give him sound?
Yes. Do I have sound?
Sure.
Okay. I was just agreeing with your sentiments because I remember even when we used to study calculus and other elements of mathematics, you'd get actually marks for the process, even if the answer was not right. And I think this is a good thing, and I'm happy that you also give up to 45% for the actual ideation, because the ideation is where all the meaning and the value is embedded. The execution is a very small part. Actually, if you focus only on execution, then you'll have beautiful things which are soulless, without a soul. And the story is in the soul. The soul is actually the story of the object that you're creating. So I agree with you entirely. We need to emphasize more on authenticity of the story. And when it comes from a deep place of meaning, then you need to be persuaded first before you're able to persuade others. So I totally agree with that.
Thank you very much. Anybody here?
Thank you. I'm Samuel Kwame from Ho Technical University. We can own the collaboration, looking at it from this angle, if we do community engagement. If the collaboration is going to benefit the community, then definitely in the long run, we'll end up benefiting. But then, as Dr. Sonika said, if the paymasters are telling you where the funding should go, that's where the problem is. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I think the other side is that we are not ready to spend. Because when somebody is coming from outside...
When you say we...
As in we designers, we African designers. If somebody wants to collaborate with you, the person is bringing something on board. If we want to start the initiation, it means we have to push our funds into it. But we don't do that. Look at a typical Ghanaian home. Go and say, like what Madam Swanika said. When you say you want to do design, you want to do art, all is about drawing. Look at you. To what end? A lot of family, and we can do a quick survey here and find out that how many of the parents here will push their children to do the program they find themselves in. A lot of our children want to push them into the sciences because we have belittled ourselves. Meanwhile, design is everything around us. Without design, science can't move forward. However, we don't put that energy, that zeal, that the price tag that we need to put on design. We don't do that. You can't practice as a lawyer in any jurisdiction without belonging to a particular association or a particular group for them to give you a thumbs up for you to. What we do here, anyone starts a trade and it's up to take off. Whatever he or she is selling, that's it. But it's boiled down to the same design. You call them as for designs and whatever. But if we collaborate with them, we push our funds in it, we push our academic, we go down there, then we can lift ourselves up so that we can be seen that, yes, we are needed, yes, we are very important. In fact, if there's no design here, we all find chaotic situation. Thank you.
A contribution, maybe a question. So, Prof, Joanne Thompson, CCAST, Center for Culture and African Studies. So, picking from what you talked about with your students, what you do with your students. Prof Apia. From what you do with your students, you get them to write, to research and write. So I'm just asking, should we all write? Should we all write? Can't we conduct the research, produce what we need to produce, and allow those who are called to write?
Okay. I will emphatically say we all have to write. I will emphatically say we all have to write. So, for example, do we all have to dance? Yes, we all have to dance. But there are specialities for dancers who want to go into that. So the same way we all have to write, but there are people who can write better. And that is the skill that they acquire. Like I tell people, if you know, my master's students and my PhD students, you finish your thesis, you don't give it to an editor. You think you know how to do English. No, somebody has specialized in English. The fact that you can read and write does not make you an English person. So yes, we can write, but there's some speciality dedicated for those who have to write beyond that. But the basic writing, we all have to write. And so we all have to write. That one, there's no two ways about that. The way we are all dancing doesn't make us special dancers. There's a speciality. So all that we are saying is that we need to have the story. Get the story and run with the story. Those who even write books and those who even write music, somebody will have to tell them the story. And they use their skill to write. But where is your story? If you don't have a story, you can't talk about it. And as Prof. McGindy said, if the hunter does not tell the adventure, well, anybody at all will speak and then don't. So I believe that we should learn the art of storytelling and put something down to explain what it means. If we inculcate in that. And interestingly, I think it's in academia. Look, if you go back to our traditional space, recently I went to Lake Bosomtwe. Immediately I got down from my car, about a 7-year-old boy approached me. Chief, do you want to know the story about the lake? And I said, yes. Oh, in about 5 to 10 minutes, the guy has given me some. I said, how old are you? But here in town, we can't talk about the things that we know. So I think it's a culture that we need to activate in ourselves. We are designers, and the fact that we are designers does not mean we can't write. We can't tell our story. So basically, we need to tell the story, have a story.
And Prof, if we don't write, others will write it for us.
And take the money.
That is
change the story.
Yes. For instance, for your presentation yesterday, which was beautiful, about dance, we should see dance as design. Now, if we see dance as design, and we are only dancing, others will write about it and tell us what they think it is. So we need to write and tell the story. But like Prof rightly put it, yes, we may not be professional writers. And so when we do our initial writing, we ask the professionals to make it good for us. But writing is, please, if you're a designer and you don't write, I don't know where you fit in. And Auntie Constance has...
If you're a designer and you don't write, well, in industry, we really are not writing, where, it's competency-based, and so everything that we do is translated in our work. And I think that's where sometimes we also see the gap. You have academics who are supposed to be creative and are spending so much time writing when they should actually be doing studio practice. So I think it's important to find a balance. Academics play a role, and industry also plays a role, but I think once you're in academia and you're doing anything that is competency-based, you must find a balance to do studio practices. You can't separate the two.
Prof. Mugendi?
So the two are inseparable.
Yeah.
Hello. So you must design and write.
Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. I'm Richard Ishen from UEW. Yeah, so anytime I talk with my students in photography classes, I talk to them about making photographs about their story, okay? And then actually writing about it, and usually becomes a problem. So first project, I make them do a hand-written assignment, no typing, just to help them get into the groove of bringing whatever is in you out. Let's take it like a tap. If you open a tap and the dirty water is coming out and you are scared of the dirty water, you turn it off. But you keep the dirty water in it until you open the tap, allow the dirt to flow out until the clean water comes out. Then others will come to you. You know, so if we are saying we are artists and designers and we can't speak intelligibly about our work, doesn't matter if it is international standard or whatever, if we can't express ourselves about our work, why would someone else want to come and join us in whatever we are doing? Because we can't communicate the essence of what we are doing. So in any way we can, in any little way we can, whatever we are practicing, be it studio practice, academic writing, music, anything, we should see it like an academic thing and something that also have socioeconomic benefits to us. And in that case, I think we would be able to blend the two together and then make headway.
Thank you very much. So we
Right,
must find the right balance.
Thank you. I think as a, what they call it, when academic, writing has to be part and parcel of your life. We have to write all the time. Even if you're a visual communicator, you have to write all the time. I would like to talk about the collaboration. Often I've seen the African countries, trying or wanting to, collaborate with the European, universities. Most of these European universities are funded by the EU. And the EU, sometimes, I've been part of two, research programs, say that, for them to, get access to the funding, they need to collaborate with an African university. So they will come around like a hawk looking for somebody. If you show interest, yep, but you have to be very careful about, the application. What did they put in? Don't just look at the money and what you will get. Look at what you are going to get as a person and then as an institution. And then, again, as Africa, what are we going to get from it? And not just be part of it for them to take their boxes that we've collaborated with Africa. If you don't get the application very well to read it, you'll be part of a program that you end up probably selling your birthrights or not getting anything out of it. I mean, the ones that go, they said, they wanted an African university. Which university could I recommend? And I said, I can't recommend anything. So you yourself go out there, tell the people, and when they come, ask for the application. The application that they sell for the funding. Ask for it, read through, make sure that it satisfies you as an institution, as an Africa, before you be part of it. But if you look at the money and the other things that are going to get about it, we are just selling our birthrights. So that's what I could say about the collaboration.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Felix. Prof. Mugendi, would you like to react to the question on the floor again?
Actually, can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in on the issue of writing. I don't know if you have the same maxim in Ghana, but in Kenya, among the academics, we say publish or perish. If you don't publish, you perish. So if people don't hear, how do people know of you if they don't hear of you? And how will they hear of you if you don't write about what you do? So it's a way of marketing yourself intellectually, but also it's required of us in our profession because we are in the knowledge economy. We are co-creating knowledge all the time. So I agree with all of you, including Felix. Felix, hi, it's good to see you. That we must publish or perish. Thank you.
Do we have?
Because we have the design journal. Can we have the African Design Journal?
I think there's one.
Or the Pan-African Design Journal?
Yeah, I think there's one, but we're looking at, bringing more others and then solidify what they've got already. Okay.
So there is one?
Yeah, I think there's one, right? Pan-African Design Journal, isn't it? Based in South Africa, yeah.
So there is a Pan-African Design Journal based in South Africa?
Yeah, Mungidi said, yeah.
African Design Journal.
African Design Journal.
Yes. Prof. Mugendi, there's one, right?
Yeah.
And then we have another one, Image and Text, which is also based in South Africa.
Yeah.
So all
Pretoria.
of them are based, okay, all of them are based in South Africa?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So we also have one in Kenya. So I'll be happy to share the link with Raleigh and she can share it with you.
Okay, I will want to also add a bit on the. You are done. I'm sorry. When Dr. Swanika was talking, he made emphasis on the fact that for the industry, they are looking at the skill. That is where they have aligned themselves. Interestingly, we who are being trained, we neither get the skill nor get the story. And that is where the difficulty is. And so it is important that we get both and you are able to use it wherever you find yourself. Because you can't get into the industry if you are not skillful. And I tell my students, the issue of unemployment should not, when you are skillful, you have the skill. Just work with anybody for 2-3 months and say, I won't take anything. After that, pack your things and go and see whether they will allow you to go. It depends on your output. Once you demonstrate skill and competence, definitely you have something doing. The fact still remains that whatever that we do, we own them and we should be deliberate about owning it. Unfortunately, because we are not able to tell the story behind it, we lose it. And that is where we are talking about that. Yes, we need to get the skill all right, but we need to have the story and stay within that. Because, for example, in the industry, people come to you because you've already you've established a brand, and that brand sells. You are now getting into that space. You don't go with any brand. You are now going to establish a brand. But something should take you along. And that is where we want to say that you need to, first of all, own the thing, talk about it, and then you can sell yourself, and then you can establish a brand. Let me add one more thing, the collaboration of Africans. Interestingly, local collaboration is even missing. In institutions that we have, even in KNUST and in South Africa, yes, it's fine. I'm not too sure how Kenya is, where there are interconnectivity among institutions. We don't seem to have that collaboration, maybe in the western part of Africa, and even in Ghana. But we can start with our even peers. I remember Type started when they were students. I was a group of 3 people that are 5. And then along the line, they finished school. And then 2 went off, of course, out of because they had to move into other jurisdiction. In our institutions, when we give projects, collaborative projects, you end up having 2 or 3 people just working on them. The rest go to sleep. So we don't build that collaborative skills. And interestingly, those who go to sleep too, we don't tell them that they are not part. We include them. And they go in the space that we have collaborated, but we have not acquired the skill of collaboration. And I believe that those are the things that we can start in a small way, we get matured, and then we extend it beyond. Because if you are not able to start these collaborative activities right from the beginning, you won't grow and help it. Even when you even enter into collaborative space, either you are cheated or you rather cheat because that scale of collaboration have not been imbibed in you. So those are the things that we want to talk about. Then finally, for us in the design space, I'm happy Dr. Skwanika, coming from sculpture, has moved the bar for us to even understand that sculpture pieces are design pieces, and it moves beyond just the metals or the things that we see. Sometimes we think that, of course, like Prof. Mugendi said, African art is inclusive, everything. And so it doesn't matter whether you are into textile activity, you end yourself good by understanding the design space and collaborating with design thinking. If we look at it like, oh, this is metal, this is sculpture, this is ceramics, this is communication, then we will not build that community of designers. Because for the African, design is everything. And let us look at it in that context. And I think it will help us. Prof, online, maybe you want to, okay. Please, the mic. Prof, we'll come back to you online.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to say something, as somebody would say, something small about the issue of writing. I've been reflecting on the questioner, the lady who questioned whether should it not be possible for the creator to create, then someone else writes about it. The more I think about that question, I don't know, if I'm wrong, she can tell me. The more I think about it, the more I think or believe that she is not talking about you not telling a story about your work, but the academization of, overly academization of the things that we do. Because even in the creative world, we have critics, and then we have the creators. And sometimes creators create, and critics write about them. But then there's no way you can ask somebody who really created to tell you a story about what he or she did, and she wouldn't be able to tell you something about it. So I'm more comfortable with telling a story about your work, having a story about it and being able to tell it, instead of putting it in writing. I currently have a case I'm handling. One student, I was there when somebody came to one of the lecturers came to tell me that, Prof, there is a girl in level 200 who cannot speak English. So he said so many things about her and said he wants her to come and see me. So the lady came. So she came, sat in front of me in my office, and I asked her, how are you? She responded nicely. What's your name? She responded, okay, so have you attended any lecture this morning? She said yes. Can you tell me about it? So I said, Bro, yes. So then I straight away realized that what I heard about her was true. So I engaged her in a conversation. I think that day I didn't say much, but then I asked her to come back another time. What I did was I picked some of the lessons she's been taught
which she didn't do well. So that day when she came, I asked her whether she had heard the word perspective. Then she said yes. So I asked her, "Auntie, you want to say perspective, no?" I said, yes. So now I started conversing in Chi, and I asked her to tell me how she understands perspective. And what she told me amazed me. I was surprised. Yes, in Chi, she understood perspective. She was able to even explain linear perspective and error, speaking Chi, area perspective. You know, so now I'm just so confused. I don't know how to make this recommendation to the department and to the HOD that, if possible, we should examine this girl in Chi, because she will be able to give the accurate, responses that we need. She can tell the story, but she cannot write literally. And so I believe that we can talk more about the storytelling, that a creator must always have a story, know the story about what he or she creates to support, and for the person to be able to own what she, because only when you are able to speak to it, tell the story about it, that you can really own it. And so that's my take on the writing. Thank you.
Okay, so what happens to documentation? What happens to documentation? For instance, I have a piece of artwork. We did an exhibition. I have a piece of artwork, and then one of the provost, he came around and he said, "Oh, can I have this in my office?" I said, "Why not?" So right after the program, I asked him, "Hey, help me. Let's take it to the provost." So we took it there. The following day, I was there when he called. He said, "Hey, Ben, people come to my office and they ask me, 'Oh, the work is beautiful, but what is it about? What is the story? Can you tell me the story?' I didn't do it." The work was done by a student. And so what happens?
Yeah, so I think we can pick it from, you see, there are certain words moving around. We have said them so many times that these days let me say I don't really want to hear them because of how we are handling those words, decolonization and post-colonization. You see, before we got here, we were doing things. And even as we sit here, we have people who can read and write who are still doing things, who are helping the society, helping the economy, making things go around, creating art, what we can call art, which are functional, which are supporting us in so many ways. They cannot write. But then it's possible for people who can write to write on them. So we can have the creators and get people to write on them if they cannot. Otherwise, what are we saying about our traditional, creators, traditional makers? So we must have them. So like this work, yes, if a student creates a work, she could be helped to write about them. Like the lady I'm talking about right now. If she should be able to create, can't we get somebody to write what she will say, narrate? So does it mean people who are visually impaired don't write? They write. They tell people to write for them. Of course, these days they have computers and other machines that help them to write. So then the story must always be there. And if we need a story, we should find a way of getting them written.
Okay. Thank you very much. Prof, we'll come back to your final perspective. But before then, I think this conversation is broad. For me, I have various views on these things that we have expressed. Every area and its own way of handling it. If you are in academia, you have to handle your work in academia. If you are in the industry, you need to function in the industry space. Of course, we don't expect everybody to be in the university. And the fact that you are not in the university doesn't mean you are not good enough. There are areas that you can find yourself in. I always tell people this TVET, it's not more of an academic, but a skill, competency-based. And if you go there, doesn't mean you are non-entity. Just that we have preconceived minds, and we will need to discuss this probably in a other forum and perspective. So, Prof. Mugendi, your final thoughts on this as we run up this section.
Thank you very much. I think I'm in agreement on the idea of literacy as something that needs to be universalized. In fact, one of the recent losses within our literary circles in Kenya was Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Many of you may have heard of him as one of the literature giants of the African writers in the vein of Chinua Achebe, Lechi Amadi, and those kind of names. He studied English literature, and eventually, towards the end of his life, he was writing in his native language. It's one of the maybe 47 languages we have, 42 languages we have in Kenya, called Kikuyu, which is the biggest language group. And his reason for writing in Kikuyu was he wanted to democratize the knowledge that he had encapsulated in books, because only those who read literature would find his books and study them, but those who attended his plays, because he was a playwright and writer, would be limited. So I kind of agree with the professor that in instances where the individual who is being trained is not going to end up being a teacher or a writer professionally, it's okay to help them transcribe their stories and that kind of thing. The only challenge that does is it limits the audience that one has. And then secondly, the authenticity of the story sometimes is not guaranteed because it transliterates from one person's mind to another. When you look at even old texts coming from the Roman or even Greek times, you'll find that one person translates it but using their own cultural lens. So there's always some contamination, if I can use that word loosely, when someone else is the one doing the writing on your behalf. Notwithstanding, I agree they are professional editors. After I've written my draft, they can make it more accessible. But that is a different story. That's not meaning I did not write it. I've just asked for editorial input as well as to clean it up. So with the young lady, I feel sad because I would have wanted to understand her firsthand. Maybe with the technologies that we have now, there would be a possibility of her speaking in her dialect and language, but then there's a direct transliteration, whether with subtitles or whatever it is, so that one is able to get the meaning directly from her and not through another person. But for the majority of us, particularly those of us who plan to teach, you must write because it's part of the discipline. Every profession has its trade secrets and trade requirements. If you're a soldier, you must learn how to shoot. You must learn how to defend yourself. You need to know how to clean a gun, etc. For us in academia, writing is our bread and butter. That's how we do business, and that's how we grow in our careers. So having said that, I think this has been a very interesting conversation, and I really want to appreciate you for inviting me again. I feel that the kind of conversations we're having will have a lasting impact. I'm hoping some of the people in the audience can even write papers on the challenge of visual literacy and the written word and how the image and text dynamic or dialectic can be reconciled. And also we live in exciting times, as our colleague said, that we have technologies now that can help us, almost like the way I'm using these glasses. In the old days, I'd have been eaten by a lion somewhere near Nairobi. But because we have these devices that are assistive devices, just like we have assistive technologies, we can actually contribute to the making of those technologies so that they serve us. So when someone does a voice-to-text app, or a text-to-voice app, or a translator app, this is a place where designers can actually make contributions. And we can contribute to literacy, broadly speaking, not just visual literacy. So with those few remarks, colleagues, I'd like to thank you very much once again and look forward to our next encounter. I wish you well with the conference, and I look forward to the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Yes. Yes, let's give it up for him. Yeah. Thank you so much. And we really appreciate your time. It's been great talking to you and listening to everyone on the floor. And I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Auntie Abba, who has just joined us. Yes, let's welcome her. And Professor Shen, who has also been around, and our chairman helping us to go on. Let's give it up for him. We appreciate you all for sticking around, and everybody online, we really cherish your time. And to our students who have contributed, thank you so much. And those who participated in the Nebraska project, you can see the stories out there. We've exhibited them, and we are hoping to exhibit yours also in Nebraska. So every little thing you do, the storytelling idea really is important. And yeah, so thank you so much. And before we move on to the next, we will be going for lunch. But before we go for lunch, we will be preparing for our presentations. Those who have their slides, they must get it ready. And I'll hand over to my colleague to take it from there. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you very much. Today, we are going to have two sections. So we have section 1 of venue 1 is this room. And then venue 2 is the room on my right. So you just step out, and then there's a room on my right. So if you are presenting in venue 1, kindly let us have your PPT. Yes, you sent them, but I noticed some of you still wanted to make some changes. And so let us have the final one. You bring it here. If you are presenting in room 2, kindly go to room 2 and give your slides to Dr. Jane. He's there. Now, for those of you who were supposed to...
Dr. Deborah, okay, to also be chairing that section. And as Dr. Teria just said, if you couldn't present yesterday, please see him so that we rearrange it, because we need to look at where you place you based upon the themes that we have. Now, when we are asked to come or to end, we all have to come back here. We all have to come back here and do the closing prayer. There's a communique that we will also issue. And so from here, take your lunch, and then when the announcement is made for us to get started, you go in. Yesterday, I promised that for those who are participants, we want to make sure that you go with a souvenir. And I believe we have made do with our promise. So the bags and the T-shirts are in. And I know some of you have gotten that. Now, please, the bags. So they should choose one. You either take T-shirt or you take a bag. And for the bag, you know, we are in an era of sustainability, and we don't want to get things that are not sustainable. So we chose materials that are reusable and which are also eco-friendly. And so the bags that you are holding are not just ordinary bags. They are sustainable concepts that are behind those things. So take note of that. There is a lady, when you go out, maybe you might meet her. She's coming from Car Bank. She's coming from Car Bank. Car Bank is one of our partners. They handle our finances. They have been helping us in supporting some of the things. And they are here to help you open accounts for the students. So when you step out, you meet her. One of the things, and please, when you go, don't open any account. Let me tell you some account. Let me go down, because they don't want people to open that account. That account allows you to earn interest every month, and it's better for me than T-bills. But I think you need to get some base amount. But I think for students, you can push and get that one. We've been working with them for some time. Other than that, like this Design Ghana, our money should have gone. Because for about a year, nothing goes in. Those who pay dues, they are not paying the dues in. But thankfully, we have been able to sustain the account till now, and we have been able to add on. Even though we are not paying anything in, we've been add on. So when you go, ask for that account. Thank you very much. If there's nothing more.
There's one more. Profession, Please, we need you here, and we want to hear your voice.
Hi. I want to believe all of you have heard my voice before. I know how crooked my voice is. And I must say, I'm very, very grateful. I thank you so much for coming, giving us all the support that you must tell your teacher you can go to hell. Hi. If the teacher wants you to do what you want to do, you tell him you can go to hell. Can you do that? No, you don't say it. You don't say it. You do it. You do it. I hope you understand. You insist on what you think you want to express. And the teacher can trail you. Immediately you move away trying to impress your teacher, you lose your voice, you lose your autonomy, and you have surrendered. Yeah, all right, thank you very much. So please, as you go out, as you step in class, be your own, take advice from your teachers, and try to be your own creator of ideas. Tell your own story through your own lens. I hope you understand. Don't let your teacher take you away from your vision. Now, the next thing is I will plead with you all, when we come back for the afternoon section, please minimize your inquisitorial actions on the presenters. We are not doing project defense or proposal defense. They have done their research. It might not be the best research, or they may lack some components. Just give them a friendly advice as to how to improve upon their work. I hope you understand. Let's be quick, snappy, so that we can have the presentations going. But on the whole, I thank you so much for coming. Stay on course, stay with us till we close from this section. I love you all.
Okay, so I think we are good to go. So I think we are ready for lunch. And please, during lunch, if you are not too busy yet, you can get your slides ready. Yes. And see you soon.
Yes, and as usual, our delegates and our participants would go first. Then our students would follow.
And then to our community online, for the second room, we will provide an additional link for the other room. Then those in this particular link, there will be members in this room, so you can actually listen to the presentations right here. And you can also gladly go for some virtual coffee and virtual lunch as well.
Yes.
And join us back in the room, because we would love you to be there and listen to our presentations. Thank you so much, and have a lovely lunch break.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
So we have 30 minutes for this lunch break, so don't waste time.
Misranya miame mao. Ose tua baby o. Misranya miame mao. Amia kwa miala yo sihine. mango. You're my pain, your pain. To Miss Raya, me and my a baby. I'm here, Obaka. I'm here now, Mamma, for Blue, and Bia, for Blue Nana. Landrama Medawasio Gana my Medawase Yama one more Kotoko Hine Yami Yao, Miss Yami and Mama. Sandra Mama, Bammo, Gana Mayo, Bama, Sammy, Mama, yeah, come on.
If it is your mankma, I dare no young fan to the other, ne frato, or mankma body, or by Santa Cotoko for, or qua frananum, Yaquan or shit, Cotoko Jamie be or conforne, a cumbia a bedding and tia home, as Santa Cotoko no, a didn't grow 40 pimpim, conform will be on funny team pimudium. I am past Santa Cotoko, Boaf Wakon, and I say to no. I am Kunumado, I am Kubu Ferio, and I saw one Kunimabeno. I am Kunumado, I am an answer to bring Ponia, and I saw one man down in Equo. What
Mami Misranya miame mao.
Minro kakamio. Kakamio poko mwasi anansio. Mitro kakamio, minro kakamio. Kakamio poko mwasi anansio. Odom sesre musi anansimu nomfwe. Anansimu nomfwe. Anansimu nomfwe. Anansimu nomfwe anansio.
I'm passing on to the young men. Okay.
They will understand. Hello, everyone. All right. Thank you all so much, and you are welcome. And then we'll be starting the presentations very soon. And with our chairman for the day is Professor De Graft Yankson. And we also want to make a quick announcement that for the presentations, we had some from yesterday that couldn't present. They were supposed to present today. But for the sake of time, we received a lot of late submissions, and we've been here for some time. So we've decided that those who are not here, we will skip the presentation so that those who made it will be able to present. And then, so for some reason, if you submitted and you are not here, it's okay. We will announce, we'll make the abstract available so you can, anybody interested in those topics, you can write to the authors. And of course, when we publish the main document, you can always refer to the article itself. So please bear with us so that we can make time to be able to meet the deadlines for the day. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good afternoon. And welcome back to the hall and then to this particular session, a very important session where we are going to listen to our presentations of the various research and various academic works that we have done and we want to share. We are far behind time, as Raleigh said, and so we are not going to mince words on this, but there are some few housekeeping rules here. You have between 10 and 15 minutes for the presentation. Between 10 and 15 minutes for each presentation. So you can end at 10 minutes. But if after 10 minutes, you are getting to 15 minutes and you are not finished, we are going to prompt you. So that is one. And then the next point is that we are all going to keep note of our concerns, our remarks, comments, observations that we make on the various presentations. So after the presentation, then we ask our questions. I'll come up with their inputs. And in all, we are going to have 5 presentations in this session. So the first one is an online presentation. And so that's why we want to take it first. After her, all the other presentations, after their presentation, will take comfortable seats front here and then wait for the remarks and then for the questions, Q&A session, during the Q&A sessions. Okay, I'm sure we are all fine. And so we want to invite the first presenter who is online right now. She's Samira to Abdullah Bama with one other presenter. They are in the University of Johannesburg. And the topic is data analytics adoption in advertising projects in Ghana. So if the technicians are ready, you can set her rolling. Thank you very much.
This study was conducted in collaboration with Dr. Michael Addy and Tracy Ajele-Saki. Let's dive into what we found and what it means for the future of advertising in Ghana. I believe you all will agree with me when I say the advertising industry is fast evolving. Campaigns are no longer driven by guesswork, but now with data. Data tells the story. It tells us what people want, how they behave, and where brands should invest. And data analytics is now central to how brands plan, execute, and measure the effectiveness of their marketing. Our research will explored how Ghanaian advertising sector or project is embracing the shift and the challenges encountered in embracing it and opportunities it presents for improving campaign outcomes. So what exactly is data analytics? I would say it's a process of collecting, interpreting, and using large sets of data to guide decisions. In advertising, it helps agencies track consumer behavior and tailor the right messages. and also adjust strategies in real time. This process typically involves several stages, like you see in the cycle on my right, with the stages being to collect your data, to analyze data, to derive insight. You guide, the insight guides your decisions, then you implement these strategies, then evaluate your results. But how well is this process actually being adopted in Ghana's advertising sector? Let's find out.